So I should go over to the Twitch side.
Yeah, and then just make sure you mute it.
Okay. All right.
And then
Okay.
hopefully.
So do I mute? Okay.
You mute the Twitch.
Okay, I got it.
And welcome everyone. We are back here at the Mechanics Institute and working along with Chess Weekend. We are presenting the 2021 U.S. Junior Chess Congress. I'm Abel Talamantes, Chess Director of the Mechanics Institute, and joining me for this afternoon coverage is FIDE Master Paul Whitehead and former MI Chess Director, International Master John Donaldson. Thanks for coming on, John, and joining us.
Thank you for having me.
So we are covering the Saturday round. So our championship section, which is the age 16 and 18 and under, they're playing over 2 days. So they are in the middle of their second round right now, and we'll take a look at some of those games. And then today we have the age 6 and under, the age 8 and under, and the age 10 and under 1 day sections. And I think their round 3 is wrapping up. So as soon as all those games are done and we have the updated standings, we'll take a look at the standings for each of those sections. But in total, we have 883 players from our last count. And this is obviously across all the different sections. What do you think of all these kids playing? I mean, we may end up sending some of these to you as captain of the U.S. team.
Well, I think the first thing is that where's the San Francisco Fire Marshal? How are you able to fit all these people in the Mechanics Club? Just kidding, but that's a very impressive turnout, I must say.
Yeah, and thanks goes to Judith, who rallies everyone onto the tournament scene at the Mechanics Institute, but also working with Glenn Panner and Merritt Thorpe at Chess Weekend, because they have a huge base in the Midwest, because they operate a lot of the big Chicago tournaments. So pulling our resources together and rallying everyone up to come out for the Junior Congress. So yeah, we're pretty excited, and we're taking a look at our top board in the championship section. This is a round 2 game that is going on right now, and the top seed is, let me get to that, 16 and 18. It is, let me look at the round 2 pairings.
You have to disregard these chess.com ratings as much as possible.
Yeah, the ratings that are in there are their chess.com ratings, and I'll read out their USCF rating. So Terry Luo, who's playing black in this game, he's rated 2277, and he is playing white, who is Mieke Rempe, 1704. USCF rated, so 2277 and 1704, both with 1 point, 1 out of 1. And what do you think? Like in black or white?
Well, the first thing I think of is that black has a huge time advantage. He's about 40 minutes up. But looking at the position on the board, the material's equal, but obviously black is pressing. It's white
Centralization.
Yeah, white needs to guard the bishop on e2, and the question is how
just take that knight on d4.
That of course is one way to do it, but then after something like queen takes, black will definitely be for a preference with the 2 bishops on an open board, but black has a little more space as well, but white's position doesn't, except for the fact that you'd probably like to have that pawn on f2, and he's reasonably solid. But after bishop d4,
You remember that chess comment where somebody plays e4 in a losing position, and somebody says maybe he should have played that on the first move or something like that. Do you remember there's a chess, annotator said something like that?
Yeah, but I'm looking at this position, and maybe it's not so bad for white, because black doesn't have a lot of pawn play. And after bishop d4, queen d4, king h1, maybe white just, he's going to play bishop f3 later on. And, he needs to get his development completed. He needs to find a comfortable square for his queen off the back rank to get his queen rook into play. So I think what's really going to be important here in the next few moves is that black has the initiative right now, and black has the two bishops, but black would probably like to try to get those advantages into something, make them into something more permanent by, and he's going to need to do that in the next few moves before white's able to catch up in development.
And in another game in this section that almost has a similar in terms of the time disparity, we're going to this game. This is Attack 1010, which is Rohil Bossi with a 1474 rating playing white. And he's playing Ashish Panda, who's rated 2038 as black.
Look at the time difference. I mean, black is just using no time here.
Yeah, this is the higher rated player, but looks like white's in the game. Or are they?
Yes. Oh, definitely in the game. White's a pawn down, but with this passed pawn and much more active king, there's some possibilities for white.
If white can dislodge this knight at f5.
Yeah, that'd be great. It doesn't look like it's easy to do, though, unfortunately. What Paul's alluding to is the fact that the white c-pawn, his rook and pawn are well positioned, but if his knight could just join in, that pawn could run down the board. But I don't see an easy way to do that offhand immediately.
Well, we gotta say kudos to white, apparently using their time as wisely as they can.
Mm-hmm. And so
yeah, it's a bit of a tough position.
Mm-hmm.
And here's another look at this position. This is on our board 3. Henry Lee is white, rated 1635 USCF, playing Sriram Krishnakumar, 2008 king, who's played often at mechanics. 2192. He looks like he is on the attack.
He definitely is, and white has to backpedal the queen. I mean, queen to h4, knight to g6 looks like it's going to lead that. The queen can take on h6, of course, but it looks like it's going to get trapped sooner or later. So,
yeah, maybe going.
White's a pawn up, but black definitely has a lot of play for it. The big key for black will be probably trying to find a way to get his knight into the game. He needs to get his knight over to the king side somehow.
Moves like f5 for black might help too.
Yes. Whereas for white, when his queen goes back to say e2 here, he's got a plan of his own and trying to play a4, a5 really quickly and trying to get an attack on the a line and maybe pick up a tempo with queen a2 because if the queens come off the board, white's going to have a very good chance to realize his material advantage. So one thing you can see here is that the higher rated players are not having an easy day.
That's right.
And we saw that earlier in the first few rounds. I mean, there were a lot of maybe should have been upsets where by the skin of their tactic they survived the round. But yeah, the underdogs are having their day. Speaking of which, here's another one. Leora Ginsberg, who's Pegasus 1015. We were following her in the first round. She is over here playing Anish Lode, who's rated 2092. Leora is 1523, and she is up.
She's up a piece for a pawn, and I don't see anything funny going on. So she's got great chances here.
And she's got more time.
Yeah, one thing I should say, Abel and Paul, is that I just had this impression that when over the board play resumes full time and who knows when that'll be, but let's say by the late summer or so, or early fall, that there's going to be a very interesting situation where you've had all these young players who have been playing a lot online the past year and who've been studying a lot. And you've been, there have been all these opportunities to take classes with a number of really strong grandmasters. That option wasn't pre-COVID, wasn't a possibility. I mean, I think the USCF should just give every one of these kids automatic 100 points minimum, because they're obviously much stronger than they were a year ago. They just doesn't show it because they haven't had a chance to play in rated tournaments.
Yeah,
we've been talking about this a bunch. I mean, does it really matter? If there's not a lot of money at stake, is it really going to matter?
No, I wasn't thinking that so much. I was just thinking that there's one group that has also not been able to play over the course of the last year. And but I don't think they necessarily improved 100 points or more. That would be,
me.
The more experienced
the old
player.
schoolers.
Yes, exactly. And so I have
OGs.
there's going to be some, shall we say, some rating distribution, spreading the wealth, if you will, around, in the months to come. That will be more profound than it, it was always there, but I think it's going to be even a bigger issue coming up.
Are you talking about a stimulus rating increase?
Yes, there you go. There you go. You got it, Paul. I think that President Biden should give every player in the United States under the age of 21 100 to 200 points.
Or maybe they'll come up with some formula where, based on your age as it goes up, they subtract a certain number of points, because they just figure you're just going to get progressively worse relative to the improvement of all the younger kids.
Yeah. No, I mean, this is definitely an issue. The oldsters will look to, quiet positional games and end games for salvation, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
And one of
Not
our
gonna be easy. Speaking of which, I suppose you've seen this.
Oh yes. I really enjoyed that. I think Chess Life, the last couple of issues, under John Hartman, have been really, really good, and I thought that was a really heartfelt and revealing interview by Hans, who, I can't help but mention that he played a lot of chess at the mechanics when he was in the process of going from 1,000 rating to 2,000 in a single year.
Yes.
He known him affectionately as Neiman the Demon. He was, always a pleasure to have at the club. I mean, he was, people knew that he was going to become a strong player fairly early. I thought it was a very nice thing. He mentioned that two of his teachers when he was young that he sort of, paid thanks to were Walter Brown and John Grief.
Yes.
Both away, and both of whom are, very closely connected with the mechanics.
Also, I have to say, I really appreciated his annotation style, which is very explaining a lot in words and not a lot of thickets of variations and so on and so forth. I know Irina Krush also had that annotating style in the last Chess Life.
Well, I think one of the reasons why, possibly at least, is that because both Irina and Hans do a lot of teaching.
Oh,
I thought it was quite interesting. Hans mentioned he spent the last year, living on his own in New York, and his last year of school, and he, likes to pay his own way. So he was doing a lot of teaching, and I'm sure that the feedback he got from his, helped him to be even a more more gifted and careful in explaining the nuances of his games.
Yeah, he's hardly the little demon that we once knew.
No, he was 10 years old, so
I know.
he was a little angel with horns, but he was
Yeah. No, I have great memories of Hans, actually.
well, I think he's not only grown up as a person and as a chess player, but also his parents were both big people. They were like, his dad's well over 6 feet. So I suspect, that Hans has gained a lot of verticality in the past.
Verticality.
Well, congratulations to him.
Very much so, yes.
And what do you think of stunning garbage here playing white? That is Sheena Zheng against Kamalesh Suresh Kumar, who's 1600, with Sheena Zheng, who's white, 2201.
Right. Well, she's a good example of how chess in the United States, at one point it was very, much all New York City, and then, California, maybe Chicago, some of the bigger chess centers. But if I'm not mistaken, she's from Kansas. And so, all right, we've got Conrad Holt, who's from the Bay Area, who's originally from Kansas, and there was Wayne Porter in the past. But it's not a state usually associated with a lot of chess talent. I mean, just not that many people compared to some of the other places. But now the times change. There can be good players from everywhere. And here she's clearly better. It looks like she's got a super good version of the French defense. The fact that all Black's minor pieces are over on the queen side, and looks like White must have just played knight to h2, and she's preparing to transfer a queen over to the king side. I would imagine sooner or later Black's going to have to move the f pawn, and that's going to open some lines on the king side and possibly also create a weakness on e6. So I definitely favor for White in this position.
And I wanted to get your guys' take on this position. White is Ashley Pang, who is 1963 rated. I mean, she's almost an expert, a women's candidate master, playing Daniil Kardava, who is rated 1226. She is up the exchange, but what do you think? Because she's up the exchange, but she's got the rook on a1, and that's a good diagonal. It looks like with the bishop.
There's this issue with Queen H6, yeah.
Yeah, Queen H6 is screaming to be played here. That bishop on B6 is just like, it looks like some sort of photon torpedo, the way it's just cutting all the way down to G1. So Queen H6 with the idea of rook H1, rook H2 looks like a very lethal threat.
Luckily, it's White's move.
Right, exactly. So maybe White, king, queen, king.
But
maybe
king E2, Queen H6.
King E2 to try to bring the king to C2. Is that possible?
But king E2,
Queen H6, king D1.
And rook H1 wins the...
Oh, wins the rook, so that doesn't work. So that's too slow. So king E2, Queen H6, unfortunately, rook H2 is coming. So
G5?
Maybe you could play Queen F1. Maybe you could play king E2, Queen H6, Queen F1.
That still loses the queen.
To rook H2.
Rook H2 and rook H1, yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, so this looks very difficult for White. I mean, Black has a tremendous initiative, and also it looks like
maybe G5, and there'll be just enough time.
Right, you're right. Yeah, G5 has to be played. I think you're right about that. But then maybe Queen E8. Try to go Queen H5 or Queen H8.
Well, at least it's taking Black 2 moves. I don't know.
It's true. Yeah, exactly. You could play G5, Queen E8, King E2, Queen H5, but you're still in the same fix, aren't you? Or you could try G5, Queen E8. Oh, but then on G6 you got Queen H8. So it's
yeah, maybe it's. Can White just does Rook F2 make any sense?
Yeah, maybe you have to do something like that. Although you'd think that black could, recover the lost material and just have the advantage, because king is still going to be floating out in the open.
Tough position for Blobby the blobfish.
Yes.
Like the name though. And this is back to the top board here.
So white has decided not to trade the off, but this looks like black is just getting in here somehow.
It does, because the white rook on a3 looks very awkward.
Certainly does.
Maybe something like rook to d6 and rook to e6. I think we want to get that black rook on the d file, and when we do, on the e file, I should say, and when we do, I think that's going to really spell trouble for white. So rook d6 will be a tempo. I mean, it won't capture on c6, but it will prepare to play rook
White
e6.
has definitely done something strange here to try to hold d3 by playing rook a3. I don't know.
If you could have the rook on d1, you have much better chances to put up some resistance.
White needed some kind of organized defense and shouldn't worry about losing a pawn on d3 with bishops of opposite colors.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be really hard for.
But black still has to find a way in. So
here,
and then we have Thinker Monkey playing the Penguin Wizard. And Thinker Monkey is Jack Lightsell, 1560 rated, playing white against Kevin Zhu, 2108, playing black.
Wow.
Okay, so
white is just close to decisive advantage with rook h3, I think. Right?
Rook h3 works. Yeah, because now if black doesn't trade rooks, rook h5 is going to pick up another pawn.
We might have just enough time to play rook d4 or something, but...
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I mean, the pawns are even, but it seems like white has a big positional advantage.
Yeah, I'm not sure about rook h3. Maybe rook f3 was better.
Yeah, because now trade in b5 maybe or something.
Well, or I was just thinking your move rook d4 looks a little uncomfortable because king g3 is not such a natural move. Because it blocks in the rook on h3.
Yeah, rook h3 does.
And black's going to have a chance now to play king g7 and play h6. So I would say here rook d4 is like a forced move.
Followed by b5 maybe.
Yes, exactly. But I don't see white losing this position. Even
it looked like white.
Black's much
first
higher
it looked like white was better, but now I'm not so sure.
Oh no, I think after rook f3, white was still probably winning. Yep, rook here, and now
coming up is pawn to b5.
Yep.
And I think white will have nothing there.
Yeah, black's going to have enough counter, but white should be able to simplify the position and hang on.
Yeah.
And if white lost all three queenside pawns for the 2 and created a pair of rooks, the rook endgame with 2 versus 1 should be a trivial draw.
And for the moment, let's take a look at the standings, because I think we have the standings for our one-day sections. And it's fun to look at the standings because you get to see the age of some of these kids, and it's pretty incredible when you take note. Let me expand these so that we could see it. So we can see it on the screen.
I think it's possible that maybe. Well, I'm surprised Karyakin's record has not been broken yet, John.
And what record is that?
The world's youngest grandmaster. I mean, it's just phenomenal that has not been broken. And that record is how old now?
Early 2000s, I want to say. It's getting up on 20 years old.
And
How can that be? Almost, it's almost impossible to believe that he's still the world's
That was
youngest.
a very, very, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, that was like 12 years and gosh, I mean, I'm not sure of the precise.
But I mean, it seems that there, at this point, that there should be have been a 10-year-old grandmaster or something like
12
that.
years. Well, Gukesh of India came within 17 days of breaking it.
Yeah.
Also, this guy Sindarov of Uzbekistan, was within 3 months, as was Praga, who's doing so.
I wasn't active around that time. I mean, they must have given Karyakin every opportunity to play.
Yeah, they had a lot of tournaments, I believe, in Alushta that had norm. There were like maybe GM norm chances, like tournament like that every month.
Right.
and taking a look at the age 6 and under section here, it looks like we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, like about 12 players with 3 out of 3, with 2 rounds to go.
I mean,
Yeah.
this is a 6-year-old with a 1200 rating.
Well, 6 and under. I mean,
I know, 6 and under. I'm trying to.
Isn't one of them rated 1382? It says here, or is
Yeah.
that
1382. This
And
is
these are-
USCF. This is USCF rating.
right?
Yeah. Already. I mean, they learned the ABCs last week, and now they're castling and
Yeah,
checkmating you. So taking your rating points.
Yeah, we're really happy to. Yeah, that's one thing we were talking about Hans Niemann. Apparently, Kyron said he played him in a tournament in Chicago when Hans was still a kid. And Hans said the same thing to Kyron that he said to me, I can't wait to play you so that I can get all your rating points,
Well, I do remember that Hunt was rather precocious, shall we say, and obviously now he's grown into a fine young man. But I do remember when he was 10. I think he's one of the few players I've ever met that was that young, that he would come in and he wouldn't care who was playing the tournament. He just wanted to know what's first place.
Oh, yeah.
So looking at the 8 and under, we got about 20 players or so with 3 out of 3. And what stands out to me, I noticed Aditya Cheetah and Kevin Sun are among the players with 3 out of 3.
Nice.
But look at the ratings of some of these players. We have someone 1870. This is 8 years old and under, and a couple of 1600, 1700. So strong competition with these young kids.
Yeah, Kevin is 1443.
Well, when Bobby Fischer played in the 1955 U.S. Junior Open in Lincoln, Nebraska, he was, I think, rated around 1750, 1800. And his performance, he made an even score. It reflected that. I mean, some of these kids that are playing here are, probably not far off in strength from where he was then. But of course, the difference is that between that summer of 1955 and summer of 1958, he went from like 1800 to 2600 and being one of the top 10 players in the world and a candidate for the World Championship. That, so for those young players that are out there that are, maybe started a little bit later, there's always hope, although nobody's ever going to do what Fischer did and gain that many points, because any player that was that promising would have been much higher rated early on.
Well, we're seeing people that are approaching that kind of thing, like Dubov and Firouzja,
And we have Sunil joining us. Hey, Sunil.
Hey, well, how are you?
Doing great. Thanks for joining us. And we're taking a look at the age 10 and under current standings. Take a look at that as I fix the windows to get you on. But 883 players in change playing the Junior Congress. You're big in scholastic chess. Like, what do you think of all this?
It's absolutely fantastic. I think you guys are doing a great job. I got some texts earlier everything is going really smoothly, and I'm really glad to hear that.
Yeah, we got some great people in the back room making all this happen with Judith Starre and Glenn Panner and Merritt Thorpe, John McCumsky, and the rest of the team. So let me bring back some of the games to take a look and then fix the
I have to rename myself.
Gotta rename yourself.
Oh, I should rename myself too, I guess.
I
I think
have,
a lot of us wish we could rename ourselves.
well,
All right, let me fix everything here and get Sunil in there. And Sunil, I got a question. I don't know if you have some insider information. One of the topics we've been debating quite a bit is since the pandemic, we have quite a few people, kids that they're a lot stronger than what their rating is now. Um, and people are wondering, well, what's going to happen with U.S. chess because you're going to have a lot of players playing sections, but they're a lot tougher than what their rating says. Is there any way to fix that? Do you see any way to
Well, this is a topic that's being discussed. It is a real problem. There's no question. We are going to have a period where everything is out of whack, and there's no, there is no easy.
there's no way else to describe it.
Right. I mean, maybe you can take the higher rating of the online or over the board, go with the higher rating for players below a certain age, and maybe that's a better way. It'll readjust, of course. Either way, the rating will have to readjust, but maybe it's better to give them the higher rating and have it readjust from there. But it's really the rating committee's decision. That's the problem. So it's not our decision in scholastics. So, but we are very concerned because we know it'll be a disaster. I mean, class prizes in scholastics will be an absolute disaster.
And
well, it'll be a disaster for everyone, so it'll be fair.
equal opportunity disaster.
Right, but
Hi,
Sunil,
Paul, and hi, John.
hi there.
Hi, Sunil.
Sunil, do you think there's any chance that President Biden could just arrange to have it so that every young player in the country got an extra 100 rating points?
Well, I think FIDE did that once, so why shouldn't President Biden do it?
Yeah.
And wait, what happened here? Because Ashley Pang, who's Blobby the Blobfish, was she must have given up she had to give up the exchange. It looks like, although
Right, but it looks like that didn't go.
Combined with G5, yeah, interesting, but it's still not going to save.
no, it's not.
It's King G1.
Yeah, but then Rook H3.
Yeah, Rook H3. It's
H4.
incredible.
Yeah.
Maybe White had no way out of this. It's amazing.
Oh, so I'm not seeing the games, guys.
Oh yes, Sunil. So you gotta go to twitch.tv/mechanicschess
Okay.
and then mute the Twitch, because then you'll see what we see, and then we'll just talk over Zoom.
Sure. www.twitch.
.tv/mechanicschess together.
Mechanics chess.
And while you're doing that, it looks like Black knows how to close the show here.
Yes.
Incredible that White didn't have a way out maybe from that position that we were looking at, but Black had such strong pressure.
And
Yes.
you may have to get through an ad when you go to twitch.tv/mechanicschess. And then you'll see what we see.
But I need to mute it, right?
Yeah, mute it in the Twitch, and then we talk over Zoom.
Got it. I muted it.
Perfect. So look at this. This is Black on the attack, and this would be an upset because
The game is lost.
yeah, I mean Ashley is 1963 and Daniil Cardova. And here's the thing, you never know. The USCF rating is 1226, but I mean, he's probably been playing for over a year. and is a lot stronger than that.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, I've been ragging on the chess.com ratings, but actually in some ways for these kids, they might be more accurate
Yeah,
than
because look at these chess.com ratings; they're comparable, right?
right.
In terms of that.
But obviously the USCF won't be able to probably won't be able to use the information, or would they?
I think they're very reluctant to do that.
Exactly, I would think so.
I think Paul's solution is ultimately the best, which is basically you do nothing for a year, just let everything correct itself, and that.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best. I mean, for certain events, when we are considering what rating to use, we are going with the highest of 4 ratings. So online regular, online quick, over the board regular, over the board
Oh, so
quick.
you're using all of them, like the highest of all of those.
Yeah, we are going to use the highest of all of those.
That sounds reasonable.
Yeah.
I mean,
What you don't want is the parents getting involved.
Well, they always get involved, right? I mean, no matter what way you go, they'll get involved. But I mean, on the basis that the people who are playing most these days are playing online rather than over the board, so maybe over online ratings are more accurate. At least we can go with the US chess online ratings. No,
Right.
they won't go with chess.com ratings or Live Chess or anything like that. But yes, I mean, I agree with Paul. You just have to let it adjust. Which game is this that we are watching?
This is women's candidate master Sheena Zhang playing white. Stunning garbage, 2201 USCF against Kamalesh Suresh Kumar, who is 1600 playing black.
Uh-huh.
Black's putting up a great fight here. You remember when we looked at this?
Black's doing really well.
Right. When we looked at this position earlier, it looked like, white was going to transfer the queen to the king side and all black's pieces were on the queen side. But somehow or another, black just managed to play f5 at just the right time before white got knight g4 and king f2 and rook h1 in. And now
Yes.
white wishes that the rooks were organized differently because one of the D rook, the rook on the D file is having to guard the D4 pawn. And I mean, white probably has to switch to playing positionally, probably play queen f2 to guard b2 and then bring the knight back around to f3. And, eventually white wants to play king f2 and rook h1, but it's going to take a little bit of time to set that up.
Right. I mean, I just got on, but I'm looking at this saying to myself, white's probably wishing he'd taken en passant on f6.
Oh, she has the chance to do that right now.
Oh, there is an en passant right now.
Yeah, so actually it's probably the best move because the rook can't take because of knight g4. So probably
Right.
six. But after queen takes, at least black's gotten some breathing room.
Yeah, and there's pressure on d4, right?
Yeah, some. Although
Still, we could play knight g4.
yes, and then play king f2 and try. But again, it'll take a little time to play king f2 and rook h1 because
b2 is hanging as well.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Right. Oh, goodness, yes.
But still, I think white should take en passant, probably.
Well,
Concern
school-
is if you don't take en passant, what's that knight going to do?
well, you're going to play queen f2 and knight f3.
Oh,
But she
right.
did
Okay.
take. Okay, she took. But this is going to be a very hard position for white to play with only a minute and a half left.
Yeah.
Oh,
There's
goodness,
that
that's
too.
right. Oh, are we witnessing a big upset in the making here?
Maybe.
Yeah, and we've had a few upsets already. Actually, another game we were following that would have been an upset is black here, Pegasus 1015, who is Leora Ginsberg. She was playing Anish Lode, who's 2092, but I feel like last time we looked, we didn't see a white with a pawn on a6.
No, we didn't.
But it seems like white's sort of out in the open.
Well, yeah, bishop d5 check and knight e4 are coming. It looks like white's going to get mated. I think so. Bishop check, and
I think probably.
you got to walk the plank with, f3, queen e2, and king g3, knight e4. Yeah, she should be able to finish this off in nice style.
And this would be a big upset because Leora is 15-23 and be a big win against a 20-92.
Wow.
But she's
What is
the
the time?
And Bishop
What is the
D5
time
check
control?
suggests itself.
a game in 60.
Okay,
for
so
this
that's one other thing to consider also is that the ratings that you're talking about, these USCF ratings, are based on classical time control. Well, not, let's put it this way. They're based on games that are played at a minimum of game 60 or slower. So,
No, John, actually, is
30.
game 30 count as regular? So game 30 is dual rated.
Yeah.
Game,
game 30, okay. I don't know,
Even 25-5 counts.
yes. So,
Yeah,
this is, 60 is certainly, a regular rating.
So here we go. Is there a force made?
Yeah. Good question. Any back rank nonsense? No.
just knight e4 and
Maybe you want to play queen e5 check and provoke something. And then if he plays knight f4, you can play g5 and stick your bishop on g8 to block the check.
I like that, but
Yeah.
but also
And Judith's in the chat
25
saying,
knight f4, knight e4 check though looks maybe even stronger.
and she's saying,
Right, 25-5 is regular online. I see Judith's comment. Yeah, right. So
if we just have like a TD question, like Judith comes out of the woodwork. And Judith says hi to you, John.
oh, thank you. Hi, Judith.
And there's the hi Judith.
hey, Judith.
So there's the obvious queen g1 check too. Is that
Right. But I was thinking if we go queen e5 check and we get something to f4, then we can go back to e3 check. And then he's
yes?
surely getting mated.
Well, it's even worse if
E1, yeah.
queen e1 is that's mate, right? In a couple. So
Oh, yeah.
queen e5 check forced is knight f4.
Well, then g5, and that's the end of the night.
Yep.
I think that's very well seen. Yep.
And in another just big upset that just happened, this game is over. This was Daniil Kardava, who USCF 1226 defeated Ashley Pang, who's 1963.
Oh, goodness. That
So-
looks like
That was
not just a defeat. It looks rather convincing.
with authority, as they would say.
With authority, right?
So back to Pegasus to see what she's going to do here. And I like that she's trying to see the end. And and Judith says the same. She said what you said earlier. Look at the chess.com rating. So whatever you see is the USCF rating used, because we're using the higher of the over-the-board or online regular rating. You got to look at the chess.com ratings you see here, because like Paul was saying earlier, that might actually be a little more accurate in terms of the strength.
So black is 1746 and his US chess rating is?
1523.
Uh-huh.
Whereas Nighthawk is 1873, but USCF is like 2092.
Yeah, so you get it all over the place, right? I mean, it's so hard. It's really a function of how much they play online.
Yeah.
And some play a lot online and some don't.
And what time
So
control?
is there any chance in queen e5 check, knight f4, g5, queen b8, bishop g8, and then a7?
Oh, that's a good question. I hadn't gone that far, but I was assuming after queen f4, there had to be something.
But maybe not, because the king goes back to g2, and then the bishop can't go to d5 because it's pins.
Oh, you mean the king? No, wait a minute. If the queen takes on f4 with check,
Oh, I have to go to f3.
this so queen e5 check, knight f4, pawn g5,
Queen b8 check.
bishop, right? You have to go to f3. But interesting.
Hey, everyone, check out this position from Sriram Krishna Kumar's game. Talk about pressure, all concentrated on one point.
What a beautiful KID. I mean, as a KID, fan, I love this. I once checkmated somebody with every single piece was on the H and G files. There was nothing else anywhere else.
That's like, how much pressure can you put?
Looks like black might be just threatening to play knight f5, ef5, queen h2.
Ooh. Well,
So what, yeah. How about queen c4? Trying to play queen takes g8 check.
Mm-hmm.
right. So let's sidestep with rook g7.
I was afraid you were going to say that.
I mean, I don't know. Where's the next check come from? Then if the queen checks on one side, then the king will hide on a7. And
Yeah.
And Judith
well,
Judith was mentioning something about, why it's important to have players play online in terms of, kind of establishing a rating. But then you also have the issue of some people prefer some platforms over others. So someone might have a rating on one platform completely different from what it is on another platform.
true.
So it's messy.
Oh,
This is the end. It's over.
everything's happening on H and G.
yeah.
That's for sure.
It's,
Maybe you can do a Hikaru and checkmate them on G2.
Yeah, there's not even a cheapo here that I can see for white. So
And
I tried to play a cheapo and didn't.
And switching over real quick to see Leora is driving the king out into the open, like the dragging the king to the dark open waters.
Yeah, but now the king's going to come to e5. I mean, I still think black should win because even in the worst case, black might be able to set up a queen and bishop battery to control a8. But this seems like it complicates it.
Yeah, I think queen e5, knight f4, and then knight e4 check
Yes.
was the way to do it.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah.
If there wasn't a forced mate in the other variation.
Right. I think Paul had a point though about a7.
Yeah, if there's no mates,
It would have been a
then,
better version, I think.
let's not forget white is threatening queen takes g7 mate in this position as well.
There's
true.
that. There's that there.
Which was another good reason for playing queen e5.
Yeah, it's like the knight went in front of the queen and should have been the other way around or something.
Right.
And Sriram did get it done in the other game, so
So it crashed through.
crashed through. And we have to look at it now because that is the end right there.
Oh, very nice. Yeah, in these positions, the queen always had the transfer to f3 as well, so there was no chance.
So very nice. Congrats to Sriram Krishna Kumar.
What's Sriram's rating?
2192.
Wow. And this is what section?
That is the it's the 16 and 18 and under section, but like most of the top players decided to play up because it's a 2-day section with a longer time control than the rest, and then the competition's stronger. So By far, I think most, and Judith can verify this, most of the players playing the 16 and 18 and under are actually under 16 years old. Just for the competition, and it's considered, the top section.
I think I see a forced win for black here. Maybe G5 check,
Uh-huh.
King E5.
knight C3 check. King D6, queen E6 check. Oh, king D6, knight B5 check wins the queen.
Right.
Yes.
So maybe G5 check wins here. And then king E5, knight C3 check.
Can the king come back to D4?
King to where?
G5, king E5, knight C3, king D4.
Then knight B5.
Oh, then knight B5 anyway. So D4 and D6 are both.
But
That's
I guess
correct.
king F6 maybe, but then queen E6 check. Look, black is back in control there, but maybe there's no forced.
You can go. You can play.
Maybe takes on G5 and runs away. I don't know. Let's
Yeah.
But you can play G5,
see.
King F5, Queen F2, King E5.
Oh, that's deflection. Beautiful deflecting idea. So what about G5, King F5, Knight D6 check? I'll change up. Oh, look at that. Played.
G5 played.
You got to give him credit for having the courage to do that.
Or to having the courage to do what Paul recommended.
Seriously.
Oh, King F4.
I think this might do it, huh?
So king F5, knight.
King E6, King takes
Six.
E5, Queen to. I'm not sure, because the king can come back to H4.
Oh,
This
we
is
also
where-
have queen. We also have queen F2 check, right?
Okay, so but
Okay.
here this was played instead. So now you're saying Paul just to play Knight C3 check.
And the,
But there's still the possibility of
King
playing
F5.
King F6 or King F5, yeah.
right, but
But at least you're back controlling the flow of the attack.
Mhm.
Maybe take on F2. I don't know. I'm just looking at it without calculating it.
right. Well, one thing's for sure. There's two checkmate threats, or well, at least one for sure. So better keep checking.
And fortunately, Leora's got a lot of time to work this out.
The knight C3 works perfectly in preventing the king from coming over to the queen side.
Right. So it has to be king F6 or king F5, right? So then the only issue is that the G pawn is hanging, and can he take and hide on H4?
King F5.
The thing about this position is you cannot give a breather to white at all. Like you have to make something forced happen.
Right.
In 5 minutes, the round 4 of the one-day section start in about 5-6 minutes.
So you have a one-day section as well?
Yeah, we have the age 6 and under, the age 8 and under, and the age 10 and under.
So,
Uh-huh.
what if you just take on F2?
Oh, Paul. Very good.
You just take on F2, right? King F5 or King F6.
Yes,
take
you
on
have to,
F2.
you take on F2, yes.
And then you can bring the knight back to E4 with check. That's got to be mate in a move
Yeah,
or
and
two.
then looks like a queen F8 is coming or something.
Although he can play Queen G7 check on Queen F8 check.
Yeah, I saw that, but then surely you're going to win that, right? The bishop is covering the queening square.
Wow, what a position.
White's position is starting to sort of spiral out of control.
Yeah, the good thing about taking on F2 is that it stops king H4 as well. So when
And you can lose your queen on f7. If you, yeah, this just seems to work.
so queen or king, if king takes g5, knight e4 check.
And then if king h6, queen e3 check is mate.
Oh yeah, yeah, you don't need to go to f8, right? So if is there a difference if they play king f6?
I think this is it. I think this is it.
Oh,
Yeah, on queen f2 check, the king will have to come back to e5 and pray.
And then queen e3 check.
Right.
Oh, but then the queen is not on the optimal square.
I know. That's the issue, right?
But you've taken the f2 pawn. Something must work there for black. Of course, that's not good enough in the real world.
a minute and a half.
See, king f5, queen
That's
f2,
white.
e5. King e5 is the only option.
Whoa. King f6
All right.
is on the board.
Okay,
Right, playing for mate.
Queen f2 check. No, but he can't go to e7 because we skewer him.
Right.
So
Yeah.
queen f2 is still good.
And then king g5 is knight to e4 check.
Yeah,
is mate.
king g5 is over.
So he has to play back to e5.
Correct.
And then what? Queen e3 check. King f goes back to f6.
And then there must be.
Then queen e6, king
Oh,
g5.
I'm beginning to see something. If they on c5 and the king takes on d5, queen e4 check will do it because the king will have to go to d6, queen e6 check, and then maybe there is some kind of a mate with the king having to go to b8. Yeah, then queen d8. So what I'm saying is, if we go knight e4 check, and if the king comes to the e file, we go knight c5 discovered check. King takes on d5, queen e4 check. Only square is d6, and then queen e6 check. And that should be mate, leading to mate.
Well, black may have found something else here. Played queen f2 check.
Okay, well, he comes back king e5, right? It's always king e5 is the only chance. So we could still get our variation. Queen e3 check and knight c5 discovered check. So queen e3 check, can't go to d6. Yeah, queen e3 check, king f6, knight e4 check.
Is this position putting us to sleep, John?
30 seconds left.
I don't know why White's thinking there's no, black I understand, but White there's only one move. So
Right. Well, yes, king f5. Try to
well,
get
that's true. Yeah.
color. But that may fail to bishop e6 check. Okay. So now I say knight e5 check. I mean knight e4 check. With the idea of knight c5 check. So that we have the e5.
And then you walk the king down to the back row with the knight and the queen and mate with queen d8.
So you're saying where does he go now? He can't. Okay, so you're saying king e7, right?
I'm trying to find a simple, silly checkmate here. Like,
Checkmates are not simple, you know that.
Not easy.
well, something starting with queen e6 check.
Yeah, I'm just worried the king will get into h4 then.
And if the position, I mean, she's used up a lot of time in getting to this point. And for Nighthawk, who only has 20 seconds left, but at least for Nighthawk, usually the options are very limited, so don't have to think too much.
Right, at least you can move quickly. Is there an increment?
5 second.
There is a is an increment, right?
Yes, increment.
Anyway, if you play knight check, then king e5 is mate, right?
Knight c5, king d5, queen e4, king d6, queen e6, king c7, queen e7,
Right.
queen e7, king b8, queen d8. That's a very nice variation.
Yes, that's what I was that's what I was looking at, the knight controlling critical squares. So he can't come to the queen side, but maybe he can go back to the king side. But then there has to be something because the knight is.
Queen f2. It looked like queen f3.
Oh no, they're going for a perpetual.
Oh no, but you just play queen e3, king to f5, and then queen to f3 check. Looks like it should win.
And oh yeah, that's simple.
Okay, so check on e5, king f5, then play queen f3, and then if king g5, knight e4, and if instead king to e5, you can play queen e4, king f6, queen to g6, king to e5, queen to e6 check wins because you can't.
Oh, that's very nice because king d4 wins the queen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Well, between the three of us, it took 20 minutes to work out.
Yeah, exactly.
And they're trying to do it in minutes.
No, but it's some nice variations. It's fun working this stuff out.
Right.
That knight is very.
Oh, look at that.
Queen h2 check.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's a nice move too. Look at
He blundered. Yeah. Now just knight b5 wins on the spot.
Yeah, and if king f6, queen d6 check, right?
Okay,
Nice.
I guess this kid is better than all of us.
Oh, no. If king f6, knight e4 check would have been great. And then queen e5 check, yeah.
You know,
Wow.
Leora is
Very
breathing
nice,
a sigh of
very nice.
relief right now.
Wow.
Very nice. Wow.
Impressive.
Fantastic.
No, but variations worked. I think it worked. Knight c5 check variation did work.
Yeah, but I think queen h2 was even better. It's funny.
Here is the endgame lab.
Right. Yeah.
Well, we know what's happening here.
Stunning garbage.
What? Oh, this is something. It's another game.
Yeah. Yeah. No miraculous comeback.
I think stunning garbage has this
Where
one
did the
in the
black
bag.
queen go?
Yep. All a matter of technique at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's only 3 games left in the top section, so Leora is going to close that show. We just saw Stunning Garbage going to get this win, and then we have this game between
This should be,
Thinker Monkey.
The penguin's triumphing over the monkey.
Yeah, and yep,
So
the penguin.
it's just ratings on this one.
So playing white, USCF is 1560 and black is 2108.
Wow, look at that. 1560, 1978.
Right. And for black, the chess.com is fairly accurate.
Yeah.
So this should be soon the end of the
Yeah,
round on the top section, and then we can check on some of the top games as we get into the championship rounds of the 6 and under, and 8 and under, and 10 and under, whose games nevertheless end pretty fast. So good job.
yeah, nicely played.
Oops. All right, as we watch the finish of this, let me find 6-year-olds.
How many 6-year-olds do you have playing?
Holy cows, the 6 and under section, we have 116.
Oh my goodness.
6 and under, 116. And we had someone as high as 1382 in the age 6 and under section.
That's crazy.
Sunil, at the World Championships, under 8 is the youngest group, isn't it?
Under 8 is the youngest. I remember back when it used to be under 10 was the youngest, and the Russians were saying, no way would they support an under 8 because it's kind of ridiculous, and they didn't even want to send players to the under 10. You know, imagine now they're putting an under 6.
Yeah, under 6. Maybe there'll be an under 4.
Under 4. They don't even give them chairs. They're just like you're crawling around making moves. So here we are. This is the top board in the under 6 section, round 4. Both of these players with 3 out of 3. White is Annie Yao, who's rated 833, pink primary team, against black Tariq Yue, who's rated 1382.
Well, this could be a game from Grandmasters.
Yeah, very well played by both sides.
Solidly played here.
Black has to be a little careful, I think, but yeah.
Maybe we should just go for something like knight d5 with the idea of taking with the d pawn and putting a rook on d4.
If 2 is hanging and black can take on b2, get the queen back for the defense. So
So
this is tricky because, yeah, I mean, it tells you something that black was willing to let white's queen come into h6. Usually a lot of players would be, apprehensive about that. But if there's nothing concrete, black's getting ready to play b5, b4. But it seems like, white played rook d2. Maybe it's just to play knight d5 and take with the e pawn and pressure e7.
well, yeah, I mean, what I'm thinking is, okay, so if we go knight d5 now, I mean, I would have preferred the king on h1, but it's what it is. So knight takes knight, pawn takes, but we want to be able to play rook d4, otherwise the point is lost.
Black always has f6 and rook f7 too on those attacks.
Yeah, that's true.
But the main thing is after knight takes e takes, white's protected the c2 pawn, and white's going to just pressure the e7 pawn. And white threats to transfer rook to the h file, but rook d1 isn't necessary.
And b5 could turn out to be a really bad move. I mean, exposing the a pawn as well on the a file.
I think, well, now black...
If I was black, I might have played queen c5 and queen h5.
Mm-hmm. Well, still not too late to do that.
Right.
Okay, so white's going to have to play knight d5 and take with the e pawn. And then rook to d1 doesn't look so sensible.
No, exactly.
No, it doesn't.
But still, white's position is perfectly reasonable.
I mean, white maybe was trying to play pawn to e5.
No, but We play knight d d5, we take with the e pawn, we play bishop c4, and we double the rooks on the e file.
And black had better be careful because doesn't seem to have that much active play.
Yeah, so we're gonna take with the pawn, and we're gonna put the bishop on c4, and we're gonna double rooks on the e file and try to pressure e7, and then we'll try to combine that with kingside attack.
Right, because there maybe you can swing the rook across.
Yeah, exactly. And if f6 is played, then there'll be a big concession. You know, the e7 pawn will be that much weaker.
Yeah. Imperceptibly, black is kind of, I think this rook b8 and b5, b4 was ill-advised.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't look like it worked out.
Maybe black should have tried to play, early on should have tried to play e5 and let white take on e6 and then take with the bishop and just have the weakness on d6, but have
You can still do it and give up the pawn.
All right, so now just play bishop c4.
Right.
It's funny in these sort of positions, the bishop looks like it's a really clumsy piece. You know, I mean, it doesn't look like it's doing anything on c4, but if it's helping to restrain the e5 break for black, it helps to protect the queen side. It's doing good.
Yeah, and it's also making sure that those queen side pieces of black don't shift over to the king side.
Yeah, I wanted to flip over to this game. This is in the age 10 and under section. Wow.
Queen
And-
f8.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, what is that?
Oh
no.
my goodness.
Oh no.
Look how this played out. And this is drab major,
But I
Alexander.
don't think there wasn't a good move. How else?
Yeah, I think black was lost in any
Yeah,
case.
g6, queen
Yeah.
f6, and bishop d5.
Yeah, but look at this position, because I was following this while you guys were going over the other game. So white is Alexander Braun, who is a player that I'm familiar with out of the Bay Area, playing Raphael Schwartz. And, I mean, black is up the exchange for a pawn, but I think just black just played too fast and hung
Oh,
material-
rook b8 would have won the game there, I think.
Yeah, here.
There's some quick
Yeah.
moves being played.
Yeah, I don't understand.
And
Yeah.
black missed rook b8, which attacked the bishop.
Yeah. But then allowed that.
Oh wow, I love this.
And then missed that. Yeah. Unbelievable.
Yeah,
Well, lost in any case,
there's
I-
nothing you can do now, right?
Now that was in the age 10 and under section. This is board 2 in the age 6 and under section. Oh, actually, not excellent king. This is board 2 in the 10 and under section. Aradia Panda, excellent king. 1702 is white against Leah Lynn, who is rated 1256 is black.
Take back with the bishop and hope you survive the with your king in the middle for a move or two.
Like, hang on. And
Taking back with the pawn looks horrible because of queen
Yeah,
h5.
that was it. Yeah,
Queen f3 and knight e4. Like white still looks like he's got a pretty good position.
yeah, queen f3 looks good anyway.
White can also play a4 maybe to.
Yeah, a4 actually looks nice, but you can't play it.
A4's nice.
We get the
Yeah.
c4 square for the knight. But it's still possible after rook c8 to play a4 again. a6 take, rook a6 looks pretty strong.
Yeah, black is in some trouble here for sure.
And here's another game. Actually, Treehouse Plant right here, and I believe it's the age 10 and under section. She is the top seed, Jocelyn Chen. Treehouse Plant, rated 1799, playing Anaga Durjati, 1260.
Yeah, but is that queen trapped?
It is.
Yeah.
Well, it sure looks
yeah,
trapped. Sunil knows his chess.
Nah. Yeah, I'm feeling anything left out? Should I stick my title up there?
I gotta add that. What title?
No, I'm FM,
FM?
FM.
Oh, no, I mean,
Yeah.
no, you're in a title. You should have it up there.
Abel, you got a nice word from Tijuana.
Tijuana,
Uh-oh.
fantastic chess bed. Oh, thank you so much. But you got to thank the team because it's a team effort. There's like about 20 people in the back room making me and the Mechanics Institute look a lot better than we really are. So thank you so much. And thanks to the Mechanics Institute and everyone in the commentary. You guys sort of liven up the show for everyone and bring things to life. So thanks, John and Sunil and Paul. Because the commentary is like the flavor. It adds the spices to everything. And to people like Glenn Panner and Merritt, you guys have no idea how much they work answering emails nonstop. Sunil knows. I mean, he's been around Scholastic Chess long enough, but a great team effort and working with great people. It's been a lot of fun.
I have to say this, and I think that the success of this event, which at this point is unquestioned, that the success of this event is due very largely to all the prep work that was done beforehand. And there's countless hours of work that a lot of people don't appreciate exactly how much is involved.
Yeah, I mean, that is absolutely the truth. And a lot of emails, a lot of follow-ups, a lot of practice events, just to make. I mean, I'll give a perfect example is we held a practice event yesterday for people to practice logging on, getting into live chess, and for all intents and purposes, it felt like a big disaster because there was like a lot of people that didn't know how to get into live chess and didn't know how to log in correctly and did all that, but every time it makes the day of go so much smoother because otherwise you'd be doing all of that on the day of.
Exactly.
And it just makes everything so much harder. So it's nice that, we go through the suffering, so to speak, of having, practice sessions where, there's a lot of troubleshooting that needs to be done, but we do it all so that everything looks smooth and easy the day of. And by and large, everything's been going smooth. So hats off to all the TDs.
No, it's wonderful to see. And, I mean, you just needs to take a page out of your playbook.
And Judith and the team,
That's
really appreciate
impressive.
that. All right, we have the games in the 8 and under section, and this is Kevin Sun playing black against Jerry 65321. Kevin Sun is 3-0, 3 out of 3. He's rated 1443. He's playing Jerry Zhang, who's unrated, but we know Kevin Sun, and we know he has the potential to play at B strength level sometimes. So let's see how he does here.
Well, we have an interesting little fight here.
It looks like black b5 wasn't the right plan. You should have been, bring the knight back to f6 or something because white was aiming to play e4. So white definitely is for choice in this position.
Yep, b5 turned out to be.
Yeah, you're threatening to take on c6. You're also threatening to take on b5. I mean, you could play queen b6 to both threats, but just after some natural move like rook, white's better. I should say follow up on what you've been saying, Abel and Sunil. You look at this is really a golden time for American chess, and it's because of the efforts of many people. And a healthy chess federation is should be like a pyramid. You should have a big base at the bottom, and it works its way all the way up to the top. And certainly everybody knows now. I mean, with 5 players in the top 20 in the world, and I mean we're so blessed with riches at the top. I was looking the other day, and our second Olympic team, that is let's say the next 5 players after the first 5, they average close to 2,700, like about 2,680. That's
Incredible.
Players like, Jeffrey and Sam. I mean, it's a team that would be fighting for the medals if it were playing in the Olympiad.
Right. Ray Robson.
Yeah, and then Ray and Sam Sevion, and you go on. There are like 18 players in the U.S. now that are rated over 2,600 FIDE. 18, and I saw that it used to be like on the top junior list we would have a handful of players. Now we have like a dozen players that are rated in the top 100. For players under 20. But so we have that top strength, but you also need to have a lot of depth behind it. And so you see all these young players playing in this event, and in a few years down the road, some of those will be starting to make a name for themselves if they haven't already. And the bench gets ever deeper, if you will. But you also need to have the organizers. You need all these things, and now we next year will be 50 years for me in chess, and it's never been this good, ever.
Do you think there's a chance that the U.S. can sponsor an Olympiad in the future?
The Olympiads, as Sunil probably knows well, they're a tricky business because you have to pay for the hotel and meals for the other countries that are coming. They pay for their own travel, but you cover those two things. And there's like 160, 170 countries. So if you have the Olympiad in some place where you can get the hotel rates pretty reasonably, it works out well. But imagine, like it were in New York City or in San Francisco, and it was in the summertime, and the hotel rates were like, I don't know, $200 a night. It would be prohibitively expensive. So I'm hoping that someday that, we will have an Olympiad, because we've never had one in the U.S. The only ones that have been in the Western Hemisphere were two in Argentina in 39 and 1978.
And even when it comes to things like World Youth, the only time we did one was in Fond du Lac, right?
Right, yeah. Because again, it's that event actually is there. It's more fiscally possible because the you don't have to pay for all the rooms and meals. I think just for the previous medalists, are you required to cover their expenses, at the venue?
No, actually you have to pay for the first player. So the top player from each federation, you have to pay for that person. Yes.
But I still think because they open it up to so many different players from, you see, it's not just one player per country. It could be like a dozen player in one section. There's no limit. It's essentially just who is willing to pay to, I think, pretty much.
Well, you mentioned New York and San Francisco, but what about St. Louis?
Well, that's certainly a possibility, but even there, you also have to have enough hotels to host the people. You need.
Right.
I think one logical place to maybe consider having would be someplace like Las Vegas, which wouldn't have the problem with the hotel rooms, but you need over 2,000 rooms because you're not just talking about the players and the coaches and the captains, but also the arbiters and the journalists and accompanying persons. It's quite a event. But
you sound like you know something about all that.
A little bit.
John's been around the block a few times.
Yeah, but this is the captain of the and yourself as well, Sunil, right? You've played in a bunch of these.
Yeah, I've played, I've coached, I usually go to.
Sunil, though, when you said that the World Youth has only been held once in the United States, that's technically not true. It is within FIDE, Puerto Rico's a separate country, but the Puerto Ricans.
Oh, you're right. I mean, if we count San Juan and Agadia, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Agadia, remember, John?
Yeah, I do remember that. They had deluxe accommodations.
Oh, yes.
What I remember, just to give you an idea, Abel and Paul, you're probably thinking that, Sunil and I have lived the life of Riley, on the fancy accommodations, staying in the
the limos and all of that, yeah.
Yeah, but when we were in Aguadilla in Puerto Rico, we stayed in.
It was a bombed out Air Force shelter, really.
Right, but it did have the advantage that there were there were lots of old telephone cable spindles, those giant spindles. I remember you, Sunil, you were expert at rolling those so that we could actually have rooms.
We brought cinder blocks and a plank of wood to make a table so we could analyze. Remember, John?
Yes, I do. So Abel and Paul, don't sign up for just any old foreign junket if it's off.
Yeah, right.
Wow, look at this. This is
Nice tactic by White, Nick, deflecting the rook away.
Oh, very nice.
Of G6. These kids, now, I mean, they don't miss too many tactical shots.
And this is from the 10 and under section. Aradhya Panda, who's 1702 playing white against Leah Lin, 1256.
Yeah, I think White's got this one under control.
Yeah, you're picking up that rook with Queen G6 and Queen F6.
Right.
There it is.
Here we go.
Very nice.
Maybe that's even a mate. Maybe you can pick up the queen.
All is possible. This is.
Yeah, there she goes. She saw it. Queen H7, Queen F8, and Rook H6.
Yep.
Yeah. Why pick up material when you can?
Yeah, or you go Rook G6 check and Rook G7 and why take the queen when you can checkmate and do a ladder mate? Rook G6, game over.
Nice job. Hey, look at this.
Oh, look at that. And they're not even hesitating. They're just finding this move.
No, they already calculated all of that.
Unbelievable. This, we want to get an F4 check. I mean, F3 check.
Look at that. This is
So
10 and under
Next
top
turn.
board. Top board 10 and under section.
And who are the players?
This is black is Treehouse Plant 123 Jocelyn Chen 1799.
All right, we saw a game earlier, right?
Yep, and playing a Naga Durjati 1269 as white.
Right. Well, black's got this firmly under control.
Oops, I just switched it. In the bag, huh?
So can't we play F4 and it's pretty much over?
Yes.
F4, they're like, oh, well, okay. I mean, I don't know, giving him the pass pawn, but still. I guess F4, bishop E2 is forced, right? But then E3.
E3.
Yeah.
F2,
F4, bishop E2, E4, finished. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, B3.
A6, B7, A7, B1 queen, bishop takes C6 check. I think black might have made it more complicated than it needed to be.
Yeah, I don't think black should have taken with the A pawn. That was being a little greedy, I think.
Oh no, you got queen A, you're going to support the pawn on H1. So
Well, yeah.
king A6, B2. Oh, but no, this is.
Oh,
No, queen, H1,
oh, it's nice.
Queen.
Very
H1
nice.
queen.
Very nice.
Yeah, H1.
Very nice.
Look at this. This is amazing. These kids are good. This is amazing.
See the true
Oh,
victory.
Unbelievable.
You feel good when you find the moves the kids play.
I know. I don't want to play any of these kids in a tournament, I tell you that.
Very nice move there.
Beautiful. This saw H1 check. I mean, what, in 5 seconds?
These kids know what's up.
And Abel, you said this was the under 10, was it?
10 and under, yeah. Top
Black, Black better not move too
H1
quickly
check
here.
in like 5 seconds.
She's 1800, so she's been around the block. She knows.
King E1, King D3 stalemate. That I've seen that kind of thing.
Yeah, I don't think
that's
she'd
not
do
happening.
that.
Congratulations, Jocelyn Chen. She's going to be 4 out of 4.
Beautiful, beautiful.
4 out of 4.
No, but a nice game, right? I mean, you like to see good quality chess.
There it is. Nice win, Jocelyn Chen. And checking on Kevin's son, who looks like he is up a piece.
Wow, Kevin.
Kevin MX son. This is the 8 and under section.
Oh yeah, yeah. Wow,
Is that
this
your
guy-
local player?
He is a local player for sure. He plays at the Mechanics. Actually, he has played inside the Mechanics Institute and plays online all the time
Yeah.
with us. Plays with Paul. He's played Nick in the arenas. He's playing everybody. He's played Judith a couple of times in rated games.
Wow.
Right, Judith? I have a good story, but I don't know if I could. And could FM
Let's not embarrass Judith.
could FM Paul Whitehead tell us about his online courses?
Okay. So I'm teaching 3 classes. Well, rotating them. One is taking the book "The Art of Attack" by Vukovic and sort of going through it as a primer, as on attack. And the other is "The Art of Defense" by Pulugievsky, and doing the same thing. I think these books they're flawed and maybe not completely up to date. But for the average player, they're very good at explaining the basic concepts of attack and defense, I think.
No, I totally agree, Paul. I really like The Art of Attack, and especially the chapters on focal points and the shifting focal points. I think he does a really good job with that.
And also, there's just so many examples that are given out to mate, so that you get used to these patterns and in the context of the games being played. So they're not just puzzles and. The Art of Defense is a very excellent book by Pulugievsky. I don't know all the middle game books, but this is one of the very high quality book. John, must know it as a teaching tool, The Art of Defense by Pulugievsky.
Gamsky, yeah, I think, yeah. There's
really, really excellent book. So I'm just trying to distill some of the knowledge in these classes, and then I'm teaching an endgame class as well.
So, Paul, are your classes just for kids, or are they open to any mechanics?
I've had 80-year-olds in the same class as 9-year-olds. So as long as we're talking chess, there's nothing really, there's no age thing. So I feel like I'm able to sort of straddle I don't know much about scholastic chess and about teaching kids. I feel like I'm better with adults.
I don't know. You've been doing it very successfully for a long time.
Well, only teaching chess a little bit here and there.
And Adichie, who's Aditya Cheetah, black, got the exchange back here. He's still going to be down a pawn, it looks like, but
yeah, White's not only a pawn up, has a large positional advantage. I mean, but
yeah,
I would have taken with the rook though on c.
Me too. Although
because now black can take on a2 and get the pawn back.
Yeah.
Although still White has this big advantage in space and more active king, so it should still favor White.
Adichie really fought back here.
I mean, after bishop takes a2, maybe White should play king to d4 to threaten to play c4, and a bishop d5, c6, c4. White is huge mass of pawns in the center and well supported by the king. So, but I mean, you probably have to take on a2. I mean, otherwise you're just a pawn down.
think
Yeah, not
And
exactly.
now just play king to d4 with the idea of playing c4. You know, and once if you get c4 and you're gonna occupy the that still probably makes sense. Bishop c4, you can play king to d4 again.
Right.
Well, let's say black plays b5. I know it looks bad, but
Yeah, and then maybe you can put the king on c5, but it's
yeah.
trying to occupy the h file.
Yeah.
So now play king to d4. Right. Now black will play b5 and it makes more sense. And black's going to start pushing his a pawn, get some counterplay that way.
Yeah, the king move with.
5 followed by a5 made more sense.
Oh.
oh
And now maybe black's plans to play a5, a4. Just to have some counterplay.
And whites maybe should play f5 and e6.
Yeah, to also try to mobilize his majority.
It's a pawn race.
Uh-oh, why not bishop? Bishop takes d5, rook d4 wins it.
Oh,
Oh
did he
no.
take the d5 pawn?
Bishop
Or
d4.
can he play rook d4?
Yep, they're tricky guys. They're
They're playing for traps.
Yeah.
tricks and traps.
tricks and traps, zips and zaps, or what is it?
Yeah. Opening zaps. Yeah.
And
I know.
Pandolfini.
Isn't that a Pandolfini?
Yes.
It is. It is. Yes. Now there's a guy. I mean, Bruce Pandolfini. Look what he's done for American chess. You know, his contributions were manifold. But then all of a sudden, he came up with this Queen's Gambit, where he was the technical director for it and did
Yeah, and you didn't
thing.
mention that as part of the Renaissance in American chess.
Yes,
and
exactly,
that's got
exactly.
Something.
Right.
to say.
We've got Beth now.
Yeah, on our side.
Exactly.
And this is one of the this is the top board in the 8 and under section. Sam Luger, who is John Sam 111, he's 1870 rated, 8 and under section, playing Suhas Undukuri, who's black, 1192. But it looks like black is
2 pawns up for 2 pawns up. Yep.
Yeah.
so could have an upset in the making. And actually, black has offered a draw, and it was declined by white.
That's crazy.
That is because now black will just play queen to d4.
They were just there though, and white played queen g3. So maybe it's going to be a repetition. Black should just play a6 or something like that,
Yeah, exactly. That's fine. Yeah.
or b. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean,
not.
there's a tiny because white can't even challenge on the d file without dropping the b. So
Yeah. I wonder why black would offer a draw. That their coach needs to have a little talk with them about that.
I mean, for this player who's like 1200, playing, almost 1900, and this is the thing, like you have to.
no respect. You can't have any respect.
Right.
Respect.
I know. John, yeah. Dennis Waterman taught me that.
I remember a local player, Timo Virtanen. I don't know if you know him. He's a FIDE master now. He was playing a U.S. amateur team West, and he had drawn Enrico Sevillano, grandmaster, in the game where he had a rook and a knight against a rook. And then it was a draw, and he looked completely exhausted because it went to 50 moves, a draw. And I said, "Wow, great job!" And he was disappointed. And I'm like, "Dude," I go, "You just drew a grandmaster." He's like,
They're gonna take a draw.
and then he goes, "I know." He's all, "But I want to beat a grandmaster," and that's the attitude that you have to have, right? If you're gonna develop past that. It's like it can't be enough to have a draw.
I mean, it's like if any of us got in the ring with Mike Tyson,
I'll take a draw. I'll take a draw.
Well, I mean, you got something to prevent him from getting you, So play dirty, whatever it is. Black declines the draw with rook d4.
No, well, it was white that offered the draw.
Oh yeah,
Looked
like
Okay,
No, no, no,
but
no,
that-
no, no. It was white that declined the draw.
Oh, white.
white naturally declined to draw 2 pawns down.
Yeah, now he's wishing he'd taken it.
And thank you to Danny Rode, one of the TDs. We had a small little uptick in the viewers, and I'm pretty sure he told them, hey, everyone's done in your round. Go check out twitch.tv/mechanics and watch some games. So thank you to Danny Rode.
All right.
Sunil, did you ever meet Steve Brandwine?
Oh, Steve, are you kidding me? I have
Stories.
stories. I knew Steve very well. So Steve, of course, always just regularly destroyed me in blitz, even when I used to be able to play. I decided to play him at ping pong. So, so then he beat me 21-12.
Yeah, I've seen him play ping pong. He was an
Right,
outstanding
and then
ping pong player.
Steve, being the supreme hustler, said to me, "Well, I'll play you left-handed."
What?
Of course, I had no idea he was ambidextrous.
I didn't know that either. And what happened?
Yes.
So
He killed me. He beat me even worse left-handed.
wow, what an amazing story.
And Steve.
Yeah. He said, we were playing for $20 a game.
I've watched him play ping pong, but I didn't realize he could play with his left
No,
hand.
and he's good. And I mean, I'm not bad. I used to play on my college team and everything, and he beat the hell out of me.
How about that?
And Steve Brandwine was the chess coordinator here at the Mechanics Institute prior to Paul Whitehead. He was a lot of other things also, but
I owe
in
Steve
context.
the fact that I'm working, and John, of course, who hired me. I owe them my eternal gratitude for hiring me at the Mechanics Institute Chess Club.
He was a very unassuming guy, right? You look at him, you have no idea of, everything he can do. And he's just like talented in so many areas.
Well, here in this game, it looks like Black has definitely got a grip. I mean, Black doesn't have any material advantage, but you can see his rook is much more active than White's, and his king is also much more active than White's. And also, it looks like he's going to get a passed G-pawn after this exchange. And in fact, the E3 pawn.
Ooh, there goes the E-pawn too.
Yeah.
That was a mistake.
And
Oh, yeah, that's it.
and Black is Sparky Chess Tigers Jaden Wu, who's 1723 rated against Oha Sahu, who is 1154 as White.
Okay, so this one is a little
White contributed to his own
Yeah.
to his own failing here, as
And
is
the-
often the case.
And the H-pawn can be corralled as well. So 2 connected pass pawns, finish.
So this will be interesting because this is the top board in the 8 and under section, and it's interesting if Suhas, how he handles. He's got time. He's up material. He's playing a much higher rated player.
Who has refused to draw.
Has refused to draw. So he's basically saying, "All right, Black, I'm a little bit higher rated than you. Let's see if you can do it." And but look at his chess.com rating. It's pretty high up there. So here's another one who, despite his 1192 rating, probably is operating at closer to 1500, 1600 actual strength.
Yes.
Nevertheless,
But nevertheless, yeah.
Now White's starting to muddy the waters a little bit here. He's attacking 2 pawns at once, and it's not so easy for Black to defend both of them.
how about rook f3 and bishop c6?
I was thinking he might do a Morphy, yeah.
Or
But
rook
he seems
f3
to-
and
Yeah, but I think White can defend with rook E3.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, they would have been simpler for Black just to have doubled rooks and tripled on the D file.
Yes, indeed.
And now it's important that Black's got 3.5 minutes left.
All right, so white takes, and now,
The white can take on B7.
yep, ready to take on A6 now. So rook D2, and then rook F1, and then bishop B5.
Right.
So black's
There you
still
go.
winning. Rook D2.
Oh, rook
There you
D2,
go.
bishop F3.
Oh, that's true. Well, then queen D4. So if rook D2, bishop F3, queen D4, rook F1, bishop B5. Again, looks like it's winning the exchange.
Yeah, one looks
Oh.
endangered.
Okay, now bishop B5.
Bishop B5 here. Yeah.
Yeah, here we go. I'm sure he'll play bishop b5. That's obvious.
And now,
And then I guess bishop A6.
no, instead of taking on C6, white should have played C6 himself. You know, and tried to trade off the bishops and get it past a pawn.
Well, now bishop takes A6, right, for white?
Right, but now bishop F1, rook F1, and maybe rook on E to D8.
Yeah.
Threatening rook,
Get,
not threatening rook F2 yet, but threatening maybe just to play rook D1 or something like that.
Maybe you play rook d8 and you hope for
Yeah.
b5.
Black's queen is really well placed, and white's queen on A5 is kind of offside. So that's
Black must be winning this.
Yep. So very good
Yeah.
move, and now rook D1's coming.
Please don't play b5.
Black finally doubled the rooks. I was wondering if they had forgotten that they had a rook.
Okay, so now rook to D1.
Or rook to D4 first.
Yeah, I was thinking rook D1 with the idea of rook on D8 to D2, threatening queen.
No, I like rook d4 because maybe we can provoke b5.
Oh, you want this trick with it? You want to take on F2 at some point, and
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you double attack that b4 pawn, maybe they'll push it.
right, shut the bishop out. Yeah,
Rook B2 as well.
there's a couple of different roads to roam.
Yeah,
there.
rook to B2 maybe even.
Yeah.
Well, this rook D5 is not a bad move either.
Uh-huh.
Hoping again for that B5 move, and then queen, and rook F2, and Sunil shot.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, he played it. Now
Here we
rook
go,
takes
here we
the-
go. Now can we play rook f2?
Yes, you can. Sunil's got a big bag of gold coins he wants to sprinkle on the board.
It's like a jackpot.
So you know the story about all those gold coins that they showered on the chessboard in Marshall's game?
Or side bets.
Yeah, side bets. Exactly.
So we're gonna get like a Las Vegas jackpot if rook F2.
So rook
you know,
F2.
Come on, rook f2. That's the point. That's the point. Let's go.
Oh!
Yep. These
Yay! Brilliant. Oh my
They've been-
goodness.
they've been training, several hours a day, going through their tactical drills. So they always, it's like no tactics are missed now.
Yeah, I there's been a lot of tactical
Like
awareness.
puzzle rush and things like that. I mean, they're
Yeah.
so in depth on that. I mean, it's like they see these situations and it's automatic.
Yeah, okay, so now,
It's
can't we,
hard to recommend anything.
double on the 7th isn't a bad idea. Rook
That
on,
looks crushing.
yeah.
That looks so crushing.
But, it's interesting, things like, Puzzle Rush, things of those nature, or all these puzzle books that have come out. There's like a good one that just came out by Gambit that has like Wesley So's one of the people that writes for it, and John Nunn, and I think Michael Adams and Graham Burgess. But
Oh, look at that.
thing with solving all those puzzles like that is, you do know that it's a little artificial in the sense that that there's a solution to it.
Right.
So there's that, but
Right. That makes a big difference.
Yeah.
it does. But still, going through them can't help but be helpful.
Black missed a forced mate with rook takes G2 check as well.
That works.
Not now, maybe. Probably would work now as well. No, maybe not.
No.
But
Check king h.
black,
Although black's got to be careful now that the time is equalized because
Yeah, but rook c2 and it's over. Rook c2 to go rook c1.
that's pretty convincing.
This threatens queen d4 check, and the game finishes immediately in rook a1.
oh, nice, there it is.
I mean, see, they know. Yeah, it's brutal.
It's fun. Yeah, some tactics are seen quickly and others are not. It's funny to see that, the gap.
Nicely done. Wow.
But you know, one thing I noticed,
Upset there.
they like to play it out to the end.
Yeah.
So upset right there. Take a look at this game that I found. It's still going on in the age 10 and under. Both players with, let me just confirm that. Osu, yeah, both players with 3 out of 3. Austin Uizu, who's 1178 rated as white, against Arav Nambiar Thilop, 1360 as black.
Well, this is horrible looking for black, but still it's bishops of opposite color, so.
Yeah, but I mean, it looks like just king c4, and now he has to play bishop f8 and g5 falls. Rook f4, bishop e4 check.
Yeah, white's got a substantial positional advantage.
Yeah, it's going to be a material one pretty soon.
Maybe it's a win.
And I believe this is the last game of the 10 and... Oh, it's one of the last games of the...
If black's bishop can get to f2 or something, white can't win. So
Yeah,
black should be trying to get his bishop around.
Rook c5 is just...
Yeah, you don't want to give up 2 pawns over there. So maybe bishop f8, rook g5, and then find a way to...
play bishop to d6, something like that, and just try to...
And
Looks pretty difficult.
Glenn Panner was saying rook e2. I don't know if he's...
That was previous. That was
the previous one, the previous game.
Yeah. Yeah, I mentioned that there's just been a lot of really good books that were published in the last year, and I referenced one of the reasons why just being the fact that, a lot of top players don't have, they have a lot more free time than they normally would. And this book by Gambit, this puzzle book, is a perfect example of that, because you just wouldn't see a player like Wesley So being involved in a book project, because, he'd just be going from tournament to tournament to tournament. And, now because of the pandemic, that's just not possible. So here black plays h3, and I think that's a good practical choice. It doesn't save black because white can play bishop e4 check and then take on h3, but at least it tried to do something, but that's the problem. You can't even take on f3 even here because of bishop e4 check. So
yeah, so it looked like it's actually maybe it might turn out to be even worse.
Yeah, because the bishop's still killed on h6. Yeah, now bishop e4 is called for.
And then rook c5.
Yep, and that's all she wrote.
Yep.
Oh, maybe, yeah. G4, I don't know. Black has
Run out of good
necessarily given up a pawn over there, I think.
Yeah.
And the one thing I'm noticing is I'm going through the standings for the 10 and under, 8 and under, 6 and under. There's actually not a lot of draws happening, and that's important because we have a lot of players are going to go into the final round with perfect scores. We may have 4 boards in each section, 4 or 5 boards with, you know, perfect scores across. So they'll
Do
be
they have to
fighting
play a bullet playoff?
No, they're going to go by the Scholastic tie breaks. I'll tell you a little story about that since we have a lot of Scholastic players. There was one year where Judith and I were part of organizing a state Scholastic championship event where, and gosh, I'm trying to remember if it was a junior congress, but we actually, along with the chief TD, we're going to do a playoff to decide the standings for the trophy, and almost none of the kids wanted to play the playoff because it stressed them out. They would have rather rolled the dice and see what the tiebreak. But we had them play because we made the decision they were going to play. So they played, but it was surprising to me actually. I thought, you know, kids would want the playoff, but I think of the 8 players we had, 6 didn't want to do it. So, you know, playoffs are tough. Oh, Susan style. It might have been like one of the Polgar events.
Yeah, it could be like a thing that, you know, you could toughen up by learning how to play playoffs, but I've seen it as well. I remember once in the Golden Gate Park tournament, the kids incredibly stressed out by playing.
I know. I couldn't believe it. Like, I knew some kids would sort of be worried, especially if they weren't used to like blitz. But I did not expect, and I had been around Scholastic chess for 6 years, teaching. I did not expect the pushback, and white wins.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep, that's it.
So very good, congratulations. And looking at all of the sections, I believe all the games for the one day are finished.
So do we have a clear winner?
Well, we have one more round to go.
Oh, one more round to go.
One more
Okay.
round to go, but that's not going to be for another hour. So it's going to be 3 o'clock. I think we were going to take a 30-minute break. I think I'm going to stay on so I can go over some of the standings. But if you guys want to take a break, Sunil, I know you need to go. But thank you for hanging out with us. You were here a lot longer than planned, but
Oh, my pleasure. It's been fun to watch, and I was really happy to see this work so well. It's a big morale booster for Scholastics to see this work.
And thank you for all you do with the Scholastic Council, and Judith tells me stories. You guys, I don't even want to say how late into the night you guys are working, but I'm glad you're doing it.
Don't even ask.
I'm glad you're doing it and not us. And but yeah, thank you for all you do. And John, thank you for coming on with us. And you're always quick and generous with your time when it comes to something the Mechanics Institute needs. And I'll definitely be emailing you about library recommendations.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you for having me.
Thanks, Abel. Thanks for having us.
Thanks.
Paul, it's been really nice being on with you.
Yeah, Sunil, nice to meet you again. I think we've met once or twice before. Maybe
A
once.
long time ago. Yeah. But of course,
You guys
I don't come out too often to the West Coast, but
you guys can play Blitz next time Sunil comes out to San Francisco.
We'll play the Steve Brandywine Memorial Blitz Tournament.
there we go. The Steve Brandwine Memorial Blitz, right?
Next month, May 2nd.
Oh, is it really? You're not joking. It's actually
No
happening?
joke. May 2nd. It's scheduled. It's going to be online still, but we got the page up, ready to go. We'll be promoting it right after this event is done. And last year we had 110 players. We had top grandmasters. We had Ralph Mamedov played, Steven Zerk, and a bunch of big names. And we're gonna recruit hard again. We're gonna see if John Donaldson jumps in there and plays it. So thank you guys for coming on. Appreciate it.
Great. Appreciate it. Thanks.
See you
Good being
later.
with you. Take care.
Thank you.
Okay,
Bye.
bye-bye.
Bye.
And Paul, if you want to take a little break, I'm just going to stay
Yes,
on.
I will.
And we'll see you 3:30-ish.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
I'll just mute my video, mute myself.
Yeah, yeah. And I'm going to do a little Zoom surgery here. Oh, I took myself off. I don't want to take myself off. I'll put myself back in. There we go. So there. No, I don't want to do that. There. All right. Thank you, everyone, for staying on. I wanted to go over where we are in the tournament while we had some time. I know round 3 of the top section might be starting now, actually, so we can pull up some of those games. But we are going to head into the championship round for the one-day sections starting in an hour, I believe. And we'll take a look to see what is going on with that. There we go. Paul Whitehead will be back in a half hour. We should also have Grandmaster Nick DeFermian back. He will join us. And I have to look with the broadcast schedule, but I believe National Master Arjun Bharat, he is going to join us. He's part of the UC Berkeley chess team, and he is one of the players that was part of the U.S. Amateur Team West winning team who will be competing in the national semifinals. So we look forward to having him join us. He came on one of our broadcasts when we did the U.S. Amateur Team West Scholastic. Oh, is my mic a little... let me see. All right, we're going to see if it works a little bit better. Collegiate Chess rated us. Thank you for that. And so let me see if I can... I'm going to pull up some standings here. There we go. Does it sound better? Hey, Joe Bruin, is the sound better now? Because I think I know what happened. Because I think what it was is someone else was still in the Zoom, and that was the noise. So let me fix myself here. And I see the games popping up from the top section. There we go. There we go. And Judith, let me know, is the mic better now? Oh, you still hear it? Okay. Okay, well, hopefully, yeah, no, definitely take a look at what's going on here. So the games have popped up, but I'm gonna check the Google Sheet to see if they're verifying standings still. So we do not have the standings after round 4. As soon as they put up the standings after round 4, we'll go over them for the 6 and under, 8 and under, and 10 and under, so that we know how many games to expect for people competing for first place. But let me take a look at the let me take a look at the top section pairings, because that'll be interesting. Round 3 pairings. Great, we should have some great games. So let me pull some of these games up, and we can take a look at these games as we see. And this is the last. This is the last game of the round today for the top section. They'll play another 3 rounds tomorrow, but it's a longer time control, so we had to spread it out over 2 days plus. Let's see, King Hunter. And this game here is the top board in the 16 and 18 under. Terry Lewell, the top seed, 2277 is white against Adve Bansal from the Bay Area, 1974 USCF rated. So we sort of start getting to the matchups where the games can get really tight because the contenders are starting to meet. Whoops. Okay. And then Sriram Krishnakumar is playing Sanjeev Anand on board 3, which is a game of players that play at the Mechanics Institute online. And that would be this game right here. A lot of players with 2 points. I'm seeing Leora Ginsberg is having a tournament to remember here. She had a nice upset in round 2. And she's going to be the Herring representative from Southern California, being the top girl scorer in the Southern California Super States. So it's great to see. And she qualified for that by winning her final round in that tournament. So she won her final round, got in there, and it's nice to see her following that very nice victory with a good tournament here. But a lot of tournament left to go. And that's sort of the challenge for players, is to maintain the level of chess throughout the whole tournament, rather than having, you know, a good win here and there. Because if you're going to be on top, you have to maintain that same level of competitiveness, sharpness, enthusiasm, alertness, and maintain that over 2 days and each round. So definitely a test. That sort of makes up the sport of this. And this game just started, but already is looking pretty sharp. So let's see, 6 and under section, still waiting. And as I was saying earlier, I think we're going to have a situation, I'm pretty sure, when the age 6, 8, and 10 under, just because the sections were so big. And I'm pretty sure in every one of those sections, they even did accelerated pairings with the goal of trying to get a clear winner despite the number of participants. I think we're still going to have a few players tied for first, and so we'll go by the scholastic tiebreak. So if Glenn Panner or Judith or Merritt, even, if any of you want to put in the Twitch chat the order of the tiebreaks, and then I can let them know. I don't know if we're following. I'm imagining we're following the scholastic tiebreak since it's a USCF tournament. But let me know if you're hearing it, what the order of that is, and then we can let everyone know. I was asking about, we're expecting there's going to be a lot of ties for first, or at least some ties for first in each of the section, what the order of the scholastic regulation tiebreaks are. No one's asked that, but I'm imagining that's going to be a question as we're heading into the final round with it. I think there's 4 or 5 tiebreak methodologies, and the way the tiebreakers work is the computer calculates one of them that is considered, the more has the most weight, and then if that is tied, it goes to a second, and then it goes to a third, and then goes to a fourth, and then that's how we determine the winner. And here we have Stunning Garbage, who is Sheena Zheng, playing black against Chloe Ga. So we have two girls playing each other here, both with 2 out of 2. And I mean, you look at the matchups, Sheena Zheng 2201 and Chloe Ga 1905. So the matchups they're going to be competitive from here on out. It's going to be tough. And those are the scholastic regulations for the tiebreaks. When individual scores are equal, the following order of tiebreak systems will be used to determine awards: modified median, Solkoff, Sonnenborn-Berger, cumulative, coin flip. When scores are equal. And if you look on the Google sheet where the standings are, you'll actually see to the side of it, and I'm just gonna click myself so I can see it. If you click on the Google sheet for each section and look at the current standings, after round 6, you see the total score, and then you actually see the tiebreaker score, the methodology. So there it is right there. And Judith or Glenn, if either of you have time, you want to come on right now. I know you're starting around and keeping an eye, but if you got a little bit of time, you want to come on and explain that. We got about 15 minutes before we get Nick and Paul back on to cover the games. Whoa. Wow, this is out of the Italian game, Hungarian Tartacore variation. Mr. Awesome Jack. Let me look. I don't believe I've covered that player yet. Who's Mr. Awesome Jack? Team Liquid. That is Jack Abend, 843 rated, playing white against Henry Lee, 1635. So Mr. Awesome Jack will have his hands full in this tournament, or in this game, but the game has just begun. Going back to this game, this looks, like I was saying, this is kind of a sharp position so early, but you look at black is used not even a minute of time. But then black played bishop d4, despite what's going on with the bishop on f3 and that long diagonal going to a8. So I'm guessing black must have some familiarity with this, because it seems pretty bold to do. You did hear Hungarian. That was the variation in one of the games. So it's pretty much determined that Judith listens to me in the background and pretty much tunes me out. But if she hears scholastic regulation, tournament director, or Hungarian, she's able to weed that out, and she'll hear that. So the other thing I was saying, since I have your attention, is if you had a moment to come on the broadcast, or Glenn, if you have time. But I know you guys are like super busy too, so she's working. Yeah, that's good that one of us is one of us is working over here having fun watching games. Let's let's go to Sriram and Sanjeev Anand here. Let me take a look see if we have standings up, so we can take a look at. Not yet. Standings, no, not yet. And they have a lot of systems of checks and balances here in terms of, so you get all the results for the games, and they gather all the results, and then they have a whole system of double checking the results, and then only then, once everything is double checked, they'll update the standings page. So they try to make sure as much as possible that all the information is correct. And oh no, yeah, no problem. I was just saying. So in about 15 minutes, Grandmaster Nick DeFermian and FIDE Master Paul Whitehead come back on, and we can more thoroughly cover the games. We would have normally had a 30-minute break right here, but I was going to see if by chance we had standings so that we could go over them, but they're in the process of getting double checked and uploaded. So when we do have that, we will go over it, because going over the standings for each section is going to be pretty important, because we're going to know how many players are playing for the top spot, and we'll get a sense also of who's where on the tie breaks, because even in the standings you'll be able to see the tie breaks up to the point. But the thing to remember is that even though someone might be ahead in a tie break after round 4, even if they win, they may not still be ahead on tie breaks after the 5th round. So that part is pretty important for players and parents to be aware of. Even though you may have a favorable tie break after round 4 and win your 5th round, that does not necessarily guarantee that you will still be ahead in tie breaks after the completion of the final round. So something to keep in mind. Let's take a look at some random games. Leora Ginsberg. Let me see if I can pull up some games of players in the top section that we may not have covered as of yet. And I'm actually seeing some games. Some games are already ended. Wait, did that happen? Hold on. Wow. I don't have the game, but I'm seeing that Severe Kana, Firesock, 1179, defeated Jeff Seaman, who's 1914 rated. So, yeah, that's that was an upset for sure. Let's take a look at Guy Zur, who says is 800 rated, but played a great game in an earlier round. Is playing Ariadne Dodd. So let me pull up that game and take a look what's going on, because some of these players are pretty strong. Whoops, I'm messing this up. There we go. Ariadne Dodd against Guy Zur. Time control for the this top section is the 16 and 18 and under, game in 60 plus 5, which is much longer than what the other sections are. And I think shortly we should have the current standings. checking on some, clicking on some different games here in the section. Sriram has won 2 games. They have a longer time control than the other sections, so the 16 and 18 and under, they're in their 3rd round. Just started the 3rd round, but they play 3 more rounds tomorrow. And if you're watching, parents and kids, I think pretty much everyone that's playing today qualifies. If one day of chess is not enough for you, everyone can register to play in tomorrow's section. So tomorrow we're going to have the age 12 and under and the age 14 and under. And everyone that's playing today in the one day qualifies for either of those sections because you are under 12 or under 14 for sure. So I believe it is not too late to register. So if any of you kids want to get on some more action tomorrow, register and sign up and be a part of the action and go, if you win the under the 10 and under, you can try to win the 12 and under tomorrow. Same format, same round times as today. Here's attack 10-10. Looks like he is attacking. See the players. That's a Rohil Bossi playing Siddharth Angala Kuduti. And congratulations and thanks for all the players playing today. It's not easy coming out and playing a full day of chess, especially a full day of competitive chess. And so thank you for trusting the Mechanics Institute and Chess Weekend. We hope we're delivering a great experience for everyone, and just thank you for participating in the 2021 U.S. Junior Chess Congress. Let me go back to that one game and see how this is playing out. And Black had been playing out like was familiar with this position and then now finally having to think about it. So I think White has finally put Black in a position where there might be some unknown. And I see the standings have been updated. So what I'm going to do is we're going to open that up so we can take a look at it. Let's see here. And actually, I may have to make this like full page so that we see it all, or as much of it as we can. And there. Okay, I think we cover a lot of it. And all right, that should work. All right, so let's transition. And make this smaller so we can actually see what section we're talking about here. There we go. All right, everyone. So let's take a look at what we're dealing with here as we get ready to head into the final round. So the 6 and under section, it looks like we have, oh, it's not been updated yet. I thought I saw updates. Okay, so we have the 8 and under section updated. And it looks like we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have 10 players with 4 out of 4 going into the final round. David Figelman out of Massachusetts, 1231 rated. And these, the positions of these players are currently in the tiebreak order. So if the tournament were to stop like right now, this is the tiebreak order. But remember, like I said, and I can see here in the first tiebreaker, they're all very close. So even though someone is ahead on tiebreakers now, there is a chance that even if they win, they may not have the best tiebreaker when it's all said and done because it takes into account all the games. So David Figelman, Vijay Anand, Tansen Mehta, nice loyal logic. I know he plays at Mechanics. Harvey Hanke, Sharaf Radhakrishnan, Krish Ralabandi, Ishan Rajendran, Suhas Indukuri, Jerry Zhang, and Jaden Wu. Those are the perfect scores in the 8 and under section of the U.S. Junior Congress. So 10 players. So we're going to have the top 5 boards duking it out for first place. That is the 8 and under section. Looking at the 10 and under section, we do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 players with 4 out of 4. Including Siddharth Kunapuli, Saharsa Ralabandi, Jocelyn Chen, Alexander Braun, Will Morehouse, Swagatha Selvan, who we know from the Bay Area, as well as Alexander Braun, Aradhya Panda, Avi Barucha, and Vidyuth Kamesh. Well, I'm sorry, Vidyu Kamesh has 3.5, but and Austin Izu. So 9 players with 4 out of 4 in the 10 and under section, and then here we go in the 6 and under section. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Only 6 players in the 6 and under section, including Lucas Silvestri, Owen Zhu, Michael Lin, Andrew Zhu, Ariv Debmisra, and Tariq Yui. All players with 4 out of 4 going into the final round. So it looks like we have 6 in the under 6, 10 in the 8 and under, and 9 in the 10 and under. So we are in all likelihood going to have some ties, and then the tie breaks are going to be what decides it all.
This is just one day.
This is just one day. Yeah, it's just because of the number of players that we had. That is the reason. All right, Paul. Let me get you back. We're still live, and we're just going over the standings, and we're gonna have some ties. There's no way around it. And not a bad thing, but we want to see clear winners as much as possible. But this is something that's just a natural part of scholastic chess. And
Massive ties.
yeah, a lot of ties and tie breaks, and and from the kids and parents' perspective, they're like, all right, we did everything we could. We showed up, won all our games, and why do I feel like I'm getting punished somehow? And there's no good answer for that. It just that's scholastic chess. How's it going, Nick?
Show up and get punished.
What do you think, Nick? Do you ever have to deal with tie breaks and you feeling like, hey, look, I showed up, I beat everybody. Why am I not first place? So why don't I have first place?
Oh yeah, no, they always complain a bit, and of course one understands, but
Yeah, and it's tough when it's you, right? It's especially because that feeling, like I was saying, like it was out of your control.
I'm wondering, do the two words scholastic chess exist back in the when we got into chess, Nick? I mean, there was.
no, I mean,
I don't think
junior
so.
chess was new.
Junior chess, yeah.
They had a
Even
little bit of it, but they didn't have much kids chess.
College chess, and then there was chess in the cafeteria after school, maybe
I mean,
with like a.
there were scholastic like tournaments, but I mean, it wasn't even when I was playing. It's not like, I mean, you had like the state, scholastic championship, and you had stuff like that. But I mean, to me, it seems like things are like far more organized and high stakes, and as a consequence, political. um, and that's sort of you know what it is now a little bit, which is great because more people are playing the game and enjoying the game. Uh, but it's also very competitive, so you're gonna have that element of it, and probably no way around that.
Yeah,
So
Nick, John said this is a golden age of chess.
I was going to ask you about John.
yeah, no, he was good, and he had Sunil on, and we were just swapping stories and going over some exciting action, particularly in the last part of the round. Yeah, it was a whole lot of fun. But here we have so the 1 day sections are going to start in 30 minutes, the final round for those sections for the day. And then we'll be able to see who wins the age 6, 8, and 10 and unders. But this is round 3 of the championship section, the 16 and 18 and under. And this is the top board in that section. And this is Terry Luo playing white, 2277 against Adve Bansal, Chess for Me 17, who's 1974. What do you guys think?
Not sure I like White's last move, because can't you just go like bishop takes e5, or maybe bishop c5, uh,
Yeah,
bishop
Nick is.
h6 was, mm, no, that wouldn't have worked.
Maybe White should have played. Yeah, White was a bit stuck for a move there. Maybe Queen. The Queen was on d1, huh?
Okay, well, this was a clever move, because
It's almost like
now rook to d takes rook d2, but no, the knight's hanging too.
yeah, it's hanging now.
All right.
Anish Lode's game.
Well, okay. I guess it's made it.
I guess Black plays knight b4 or something and gives up. And I don't know, or takes the rook rather.
Yeah, or takes the rook first, then move the knight, and we get an even ending.
And thank you for everyone watching us right now. We're going to cover the final round starting in about 25 minutes of the 1 day sections and covering round 3 of this championship section. And let's see.
This is board one of the championship section.
Board one of the championship. Yeah.
What's happening on board two?
Hold on. I'm gonna attempt to follow a game real quick.
But as we were talking about tie breaks earlier, a draw here could ruin chess
Chess for me.
chances.
And Chess for Me actually
Chess for Me.
offered a draw. Offered a draw in that game. The game we're looking at now is let's see. Gaurav Gupta is playing white, rated 1320, against Anish Lode, Nighthawk 8, rated
I'm
20.
guessing black just took a knight at a4. Black seems to be kind of losing their way here. I mean, white does, rather.
Yeah.
Now queen takes e4. That black bishop at a7 is not...
Well, queen takes e.
Yeah, that was played, yeah.
This is a funny position, isn't it? Black probably going to go 2 pawns ahead here, but that bishop at a7 is horrible. Still,
Even if gets somehow able to trade it off, the rook on a7 is going to be horrible. So.
yeah, but I mean, black's got to be better here, if not winning.
So right now it's only one pawn, but now
Right.
you can go pawn to a4, get some on those light squares.
There you go.
So
Yeah, maybe b5 wasn't correct. I don't know.
Castles was slow. Yeah, now Black's in control again. Castle, he can go queen e6.
Yep.
All right.
Time is of the essence.
It's funny. He made that move so quickly. GG 7654. It's sometimes you lose confidence and you don't realize your position's better than it looks at first sight.
And I mean, a lot of time on the clock. I mean, it's not like decisions need to be blasted out. Let's look at the board two in this section. Both players with 2 out of 2. And this is Stunning Garbage, which is women's candidate master Sheena Zheng. She's playing black, 2201, against Chloe Ga, King Hunter 183, rated 1905. I love that Chloe's handle is King Hunter 183.
King Hunter.
So 2 strong players playing each other.
Well, I'm sure black is okay here. Bishop f5 or something.
Out of a Queen's Gambit.
Yeah, although white, let's see, bishop f5, maybe pawn to a3.
Yeah, trying to get some advantage.
Could be just trying to get a slight edge in the endgame.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and this is the round where you sort of look ahead because everyone's tough at the top, and you're thinking, what do I need to do? 3 more games tomorrow. Here's board 3.
How about knight d3 check and queen a2?
Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, no, that's all right.
I changed it up. We're looking now at National Master Sriram Krishnakumar playing white against Sanjeev Anand, who also plays some mechanics events. Chess P 1, 2, 3, 4. Knights against bishops.
Here the bishops are restrained, so sort of okay for the the knights. You've got like an extra pawn on the queen side.
Yeah. Nice position for white.
And it's interesting. You can see how this is
They-
an example of when knights are strong.
Blocked pawns. No pawn breaks available for black. No way to open the position up for the bishops.
20 minutes to the start of round 5 for the one-day sections. Big games, big matchups, and we'll be covering some of the action at the top from the 6 and under, 8 and under, and 10 and under as soon as those games are underway. Looking at board 4, let's find. I gotta pull that game up. Kevin Zhu, the Penguin Wizard 7, is playing Rohan Rajaram, Ninja Trick. So let me follow. That is this game on board 4.
Just looks
Penguin
like it's,
Wizard has a good blockading square.
And these games, it's like now that we have a lot of the matchups of 2 out of 2 playing each other, the games are a lot slower now as players are using their time and trying to get a great third round result and then get some good rest and come back tomorrow and play for all the marbles.
well, white must be a little better here, but black has the activity that comes with these kind of openings. Knight e4.
Yeah, black could try Queen A5.
No, something like that too, yeah.
And we're talking about Ninja Trick. That's Rohan Rajaram. His sister Annika Rajaram is Kiratori, playing black here, also with 2 out of 2 in the top section. Let me change the orientation there.
But she's outrated by 300 points here.
Let me look on the actual. So she is rated. Yeah, she's playing black. She is rated 1861, and her opponent USCF is 2038. So it's probably more like 200, but it's still, she's outrated. So she's the slight underdog.
Well, this is an interesting position. It's by no means clear what's going on here. Although, if white can put the bishop on d4, I think white's going to be much better. Well, black can try to run the a pawn up the board. And the d5 pawn is weak. Different things going on here. It's not easy. It's not easy being a chess commentator.
It's not. And I'm hearing the sirens of San Francisco. I'm guessing that's in Paul's neighborhood. I think I'm on a different side of San Francisco. I'm at the Mechanics Institute. I don't hear the sirens, but I don't think we're that far apart.
No, I'm about 6 blocks from the Mechanics, actually, or something like that.
All right, let me see if we got any.
Queen h4 looks like the wrong direction for the queen. I would have kept it on d6 or something. But maybe that wasn't good. Yeah,
Hey guys, check this out on
maybe
the,
that wasn't good. Yeah.
this
What,
is, this is the top board.
it's about even. Oh, even pawns.
I think I'm gonna have to refresh my Twitch stream here.
Yeah, hit that refresh. Because to me, it looks like I'd rather have the bishop, but how valuable is that passed pawn on A for black? Or is it a hindrance?
Well,
Yeah,
the tactics depend too. Like right now, knight to d4, the question is, where does that bishop go?
C4.
c4 looks like a good square, but then we're going to go rook to c8, hitting that bishop.
Yeah,
And
so on.
so maybe you can just retreat to f1. The knight's, but then the knight can go to e6. So there's pluses and minuses here.
The key for black is playing actively and not getting tied down. But it's interesting, Nick's your initial evaluation is this as being equal, I think is probably, it's just an interesting thing to hear because like Abel said, I'd be slightly biased for white with being able to sort of have the hope to go into a 4 versus 3 rook ending, or if I can somehow get that A pawn.
And there's still so much time left, right? There's like a lot of chess to go.
Mm-hmm. Interesting position, for sure.
And going back to this game with Stunning Garbage and King Hunter.
Stunning Garbage.
That's such a great name. Stunning Garbage. And then it has like a cute little cat.
Yeah,
That's
pretty.
Rook E8, huh? That's a cool move on black's part. What do you think of this?
Just a little better for white. White's got the two bishops, just a little bit better.
And how to proceed here? Just get the rooks. What if yeah. What if? There's still a lot of play here.
These games are different from earlier. You know, they slow down. The players are really thinking. You look for small advantages instead of big ones.
Like all of a sudden, there's a lot on the line. And this is the thing about like tournament like this. It's like, you know, you feel the ebb and flows of things where, you know, the first two rounds, there might be like big mismatches. But then all of a sudden, you got to change your whole mindset because now I'm playing someone a lot stronger. And, you know, I can't carry that same pace, or, you know, you shouldn't carry that same pace. Tough. A lot to think about.
Can you imagine though you're sitting down and you're about to play your opponent, and your opponent says to you, "I'm going to play some stunning garbage." You know?
What are you playing? I'm playing Stunning Garbage.
I'm going to play some stunning garbage on you.
And the pairings are up for most of the 1 day.
So if black tries bishop f5 and knight d3, the pawn is eventually probably going to be lost to f3 and e4. That's the problem with playing like that. And then you'll be in an unpleasant bishops of opposite color sort of situation. What should black's plan be here, Nick?
Yeah, you could. Bishop f5 is fine, and bring a rook to d file, or bishop g4 might be a little slow. It trades one of the bishops. See?
And I'm going to start.
I predict
White
black
side.
is going to throw some stunning garbage at King Hunter. We should give out the awards for the names.
I know there's some pretty creative names.
Sacrificing Crush is a good one.
Oh,
You see something?
this position doesn't have a lot of tactics in it.
Whoops.
Yeah. We
Low maneuvering.
going on board one of the other boards.
Let's go back to dominant knights. Are they still dominant?
Okay.
They have that.
And when the
Tough
round
position for black.
when the round starts for the one-day sections, we'll sort of shift to following after they develop for a few minutes. We'll shift to follow those games so that we can see who comes out on top, and then cross fingers on the tie breaks.
Are there prizes here?
Yeah, actually, that's a good thing to mention. So the prizes, there are medal awards, like nice quality medals, that are not only going to be shipped to all the winners, but they're going to have a personal name engraved on them. So they're going to have that added bonus of quality. So they're going to have the nice little award, their medal, and they're going to actually have their name on it. And thought it'd be a nice touch, personalization, especially since it's a national event. So there are prizes, and we obviously went to the medals, so the shipping can be done in a reasonable manner. And here at the Mechanics, we have scholastic events where we do give trophies, but we arrange pickup times, and in some cases we deliver them. We also have medals that we mail. But a national event like this, the only reasonable thing to do is to have medals that can easily be shipped. And I got to give a shout out to our trophy company, Trophies Plus, because they also arrange for the shipping to the people. It does come at a cost, obviously, but it's just so much easier that they take that part on of actually shipping out, also in addition to the personalization that they do. So shout out to them. 5 minutes to the start of the final round of the one-day sections. Back to the top board.
Yeah, this is still proceeding kind of slowly. Okay, here we go. Ooh.
Still a lot of chess to go.
This one looks like black is in. I mean, black has. How's black? Well, black can play knight d7.
Yeah, this trade of rooks worked in White's favor. The White king is becoming stronger. So
It
now
looks like black has to try knight
I'm
d7, right?
definitely agree on. Yes, and you wouldn't trade, which would be at least equal for black to go king to d4, and that knight's kind of limited.
Well, white's on the verge of winning this. It looks like, or coming close to it.
The thing is,
Perhaps.
even without the a pawn, there's good drawing chances for black. All the pawns on one side.
That's true. But the knight has to get out without being exchanged, right? Can white win with bishop takes d7 now? No, probably not.
Well, knight to f8 is actually a very aggressive move here. So get to the e6 square and you start to hassle those
Yeah.
white kingside pawns.
What would have happened after bishop d7? King d7, g4.
Well,
Yeah, I guess it's not going to work.
Wow. Check this game out in the
black has the outside pass pawn.
Yeah, I know, Nick. Yeah.
look at this game. This is both players are 2 out of 2 in the 16 and 18 and under section. This is Ryan Cheung playing white, passion fruit green tea, rated 2086, against Sefer Goldsfidi, 1889, playing black.
Well, bishop e5 suggests itself. Get rid of the strong knight and take on c4 with check. But
You got to call that a fighting king, you know. He's not hanging back there, letting the other troops take care of it.
If we could trade off a bunch of pieces, black is sitting pretty with the king already.
maybe rook e1 is even stronger.
Rook e1 looks like it just wins the game, unfortunately for black. If the knight moves queen to c4 mate.
Yeah, or queen f3 check. If knight d3, queen f3 check or something.
Rook e1, can you play? Oh no, I guess you can't. I was gonna say, can you play d3?
Then queen e4 check, right?
Yeah.
Should do the trick, and then taking on e5. I guess.
Tough.
Rook e1 is that kind of cool move that, you know, you have to be alert to.
Gotta watch out for those cool moves. Actually, check out these cool pawns here. This is Kochi 222.
Maybe knight g6 after after rook e1, Nick. Oh, queen c4 check, yeah.
Queen c4 is still mate.
Yeah, still mate.
I think you have to go knight d3 after rook e1.
White's pawns look cool, but
They look terrible.
they look terrible because
Maybe.
black's got a nice e5 square.
Well, yeah, I mean,
It's a game. And the one day
black triples on the e file or something, and then plays f5 or plays I don't know.
pretty soon we're gonna have the one day section games start up, and they are starting now. And this right
Good
here.
luck, everybody.
Good luck. This is the top board in the 6 and under section. Tariq Yui is playing white, rated 1382 against Michael Lin, who's 1070. Top board in the 6 and under section. And on the top board in the 18 and under, Adve Bonsall did get the draw against Terry Luo, so that game ended in a draw. That was the bishop versus the knight.
Oh, yeah? How about that?
They agreed to a draw. And normally we pick up games 5 minutes in just to give it time to develop, but these players, like their whole game could be done in 5 minutes. So I think we could just follow it and
So these are some of the players with perfect scores, right?
and this is the 6 and under.
Look at that. See, they still play the London system even at 5 years old.
Yeah. And there are a lot of games with a lot at stake. But we're looking at the age 8 and under section. Pull up that game. This is this game right here. Currently the top board in this section, Sparky Chess Tiger, is Jaden Wu.
Oh, yeah.
1723 rated against Ishan Rajendran, Happy Piston Peak, 1237 rated. And Chess.com is saying this is the Campomanes attack.
Never heard of it.
Campomanes attack.
The Campomanes?
Campomanes.
He was the president of FIDE.
I know, but it's his attack. Out of the Caro-Kann. So it says.
Did you know anything about this, Nick?
Well, Campo had a kind of funny style. In the Philippines, they play unusual stuff, but this shouldn't be good objectively.
The Campomanes effect.
Oh, well, that one doesn't look quite right. And Campo would probably have done 94. You can really kick that knight around now.
Here's another game out of the 8 and under section. Love the username here. Tiny Attacker David Figelman is rated 1231. Playing Vijay Srinivas Anand. Good old Bell, 1657 rated.
Black misses, knight takes e5, winning a pawn. That's a kind of a tactic.
Oh, but he's given a second chance.
Bishop a4, knight takes e5.
Now this section is game in 15, but they're playing pretty quick anyway.
Now black threatens the elementary b5 here. It's funny because some obvious
It all
tactics,
works for white.
I've been noticing with these players that some obvious tactics are seen and other obvious tactics are missed. So it's a kind of a strange mix.
And yet another game of perfect scores in the 8 and under. Suhas Indukuri is playing white against Krish Ralabandi, 1503 playing black.
Well, we have I suppose, a position that would be considered better for black again with the two bishops versus the two knights.
And
Against,
then,
it would be like an 82 move game that black would eventually win.
and going over to the 10 and under section, top board, perfect scores. It is Treehouse Plant, who is Jocelyn Chen, 1799 rated, playing Will Morehouse, who's 1352. Pandas play chess. Both
Now
with-
this is like right out of the current theory here.
Yeah, we've seen this a few times in some mechanics
Yeah.
tournaments. Yeah.
Yeah, this H5 thing within the Najdorf is just big time now, right?
Yeah, and that's exactly where it came out of.
This really feels like on a regular adult chess tournament when you see these games.
Yeah, it's funny as the
Modern opening.
actually look at this game. This is board 3 in the 10 and under section, and two players from the Bay Area, but both with perfect scores. Swagata Selvang, she is white, 1332 rated against Alexander Braun. Let me switch to that game because check this out here.
Oh, well, just got the piece back
Just
with
picked
check.
picked off
Ouch.
a piece with check. What happened there? Something go wrong?
White's lost a couple of pawns on the queen
Well,
side.
it was
Oh, yeah. No, but why not? Oh, yeah, it wouldn't have mattered. Yeah, that was simple as that, huh?
a probably knight takes pawn on b4 sacrifice. To,
Yeah, got into a little bit of trouble, and wow,
oh, very clever.
yeah, yeah. Alexander Braun is in control now. Definitely in control. All right, let's go back and check the 6 and under, because those games, they can end before you know it. Actually, here's board 2 in the 6 and under we have not looked at. This is Ariv Debmisra with white 761 against Andrew Zhu. A nice step. Rated 1235. Rated 1235, but you can see 1729 on chess.com.
This knight is
6 and
trapped.
under. 6 and under. Black.
Yeah, knight got trapped.
Two pawns for a bishop, not enough, but the game will go on for a while.
And another game of perfect scores.
Bishop f4 is an odd move.
Yeah, lost a pawn.
Yeah, bishop c7 is now bishop e6. Or even this is even maybe better. White's not being careful enough.
And in another game, just because it's developing fast, it's This is board 3 in the 6 and under, both players with perfect scores. White Owen Zhu, 1143 rated against Lucas Silvestre, who's unrated, playing black.
No, White's bringing the point home here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, rook h7 and mate after that.
And I think we have our first perfect score here, and this is out of the 8 and under section. Tiny attacker is David Figelman playing Vijay Anand, and this is how it came about. This is the position. And then White had a momentary lapse of what was going on in the game, and then that was it.
Needs to make luft. Yeah.
Yeah. Needed to have an escape square there. Did not make it. Sort of lost track that the whole purpose of the queen being on that square was to protect the mate. And so good old Bell.
White might have overthought himself. He may have seen queen b1 check, but not queen e1.
And move too fast. I mean, that could be the case. But I mean, you look at Black. Black barely used any time, and they blissed it out themselves. But Black is rated 1657. So they've been around and seen some stuff. So congratulations to Vijay Srinivas Anand, who has a perfect score in the 8 and under section, is awaiting the other results to see if tie breaks will play a factor. Sparky Chess Tiger will have something to say about this also, because he's in that same section. But look at all the time Sparky Chess Tiger has used in getting to this point. 7 minutes left.
Oh, but the positions, it's a good position.
Oh yeah, White's got to have an advantage here.
And
Roller coaster.
Yeah, how to progress is the only.
low to the roller coaster. Thank you for joining. And Somerset Ox in the 6 and under. Owen Zhu also 5 out of 5 after beating Lucas Silvestri. So Owen Zhu in the 6 and under is waiting for the tie breaks to see what is up.
Maybe
Frappuccino 001.
h4. Maybe it's not so easy.
And another perfect score in the 6 and under. Andrew Zhu, a nice step, gets the win against Ariv Deb Misra. So tie breaks will be a factor in the 6 and under section, as we already have 2 players. That is this game right here. We already have 2 players with perfect scores. So congratulations, and we'll see how how it plays out. This was from the 16 and 18 and under section. Black has offered a draw to Sriram.
Rerun was just winning before, but now it's tougher. It's only one night, and those white pawns on the king side are on white squares, so they take some defense. You haven't got too much to help get that white c pawn up the board.
And let me go back to the 6 and under, because I already said that there's 2 players already with perfect scores. This is the other game of perfect scores. Both players with 4 out of 4 here, and this is the position. And white is up a pawn, but definitely they do not want to draw because that definitely helps the other players that do have perfect scores.
Well, black is, in difficulties.
Yeah, black's going to want a draw at this point. But white wants to win, and white represents the top seed in the section.
This looks like a win for white, probably.
To the 7th rank. It's probably winning.
Yeah, it's funny that he didn't do that. He didn't played c4, but rook b7 looks stronger.
And black offered a draw here.
Black is taking his
It's
only
still very
chance
strong.
here. e5 is a good move, but that's his only chance. Still rook to b7.
Little chestnut. Other games to follow.
You think white's winning here, Nick?
Yeah. Oh, why did he check with the rook? Just rook to b7 would have won probably another pawn or
Yeah.
advanced those, gotten you 2 passers.
Yeah, but can't you go rook b5 here?
Well, then black takes on d4.
And then go
Yeah,
rook
rook-
c5?
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Oh, I should have done that.
uh, that rook b5 was a sneaky move.
Yeah, I got tricks are all I have, Paul.
That was a good one, a very good one.
Oh, wow. It hung a pawn there.
This time, oh,
Yep.
well, that's that.
Oh, that's it's
Moving way too fast,
getting
both
like-
players.
progressively worse.
It's like Knights who is tired. Just, it's an end game. He's worse. Just wants to get the game over with.
Black 2 rooks.
Need to learn to defend.
Yeah,
Look at back to this position from this game. Black is a head material, but looks wild. Oh, now it's bad.
black is a head material with a crushing position.
with a crushing attack.
Yeah. Black could castle here, and that would finish the game probably, or find some. There must be a number of ways to win this. D3. Oh,
Threatening checkmate's not a bad one.
no, that's a very good move.
And checking
And it protects the e4 pawn too.
checking on this game with Sparky Chess Tiger in the I believe 10 and under section. Or is it the 8 and under section? Sorry.
What's going on here?
8 and under section is this game.
Somehow he's temporarily a piece up. I don't know how that happened.
And roller coaster in the chat. I don't remember blocking you, but how can I possibly make you a moderator if I don't know who you are? It doesn't make any sense. So
How about queen e3 here or something simple? And then sacking on e6.
oh,
Well, he seems to have tuned into your
Oh, look at that.
waves.
I can't believe it. A player took my suggestion. Must need some lessons from a real good player. Oh, that's clever. Defending the E6
Maybe
pawn.
not enough. Pawn to B4.
And
You're
if-
setting up some bishop to G5 move.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Nice move, Nick.
Oops, sorry. I'm in the wrong thing.
Yeah, B4.
Do 12.
They're just too impatient. You know,
Yeah.
and now the game has even material.
Wow.
Such a shame.
Black and
Yeah,
Now
bishop
Black has
E4.
developed the C pawn hanging.
Yeah.
But look at White's got a minute left.
White had the right idea there, but the wrong implementation. Still, this might, okay, so bishop C2 threatens the bishop at A4, trade, rook takes. That's not clear at all what's going on there. White can castle on the king side, but
No,
it's leaky. Maybe still better for White.
it's a shame. It went so wrong.
Oh, wait a minute now. Rook C4 now, bishop G5. Queen C5, huh?
Oh, you should have just saved the C pawn.
Yeah. White is simplifying
But a
everything.
roughly even ending.
And why go bishop D3?
Because he only has 12 minutes on the clock and he's got to make moves as fast as possible. I have no idea.
I mean, Black is really.
Oh,
Black better be careful here. Could lose a piece. Oh,
He's losing a piece, right?
after making an
he did. He lost
instantaneous
something.
calculation. Well, he can play rook f4, right? And maybe he saw that, but now he's taking time as he sees that he's losing a piece or might be losing a piece.
Yeah, this
Decides to
is,
take tonight.
you know,
That-
and this player had 4 out of 4, right? I mean, was in a sort of a prime position, and now
Black still can play rook f4, but then is much worse right after bishop d7.
or bishop B5.
Oh, maybe Black
Okay.
should have played rook
Wins
f4.
material.
Yeah,
Yes.
this is how you get punished.
Still, it was very good.
Fast.
And
This is how you get punished from fast.
Alexander Braun in the 10 and under section, congratulations. He beats Swagata Selvam. So he is 5 out of 5. 5 out of 5 for Alexander Braun. Congratulations.
Black lost a whole piece here unnecessarily with rook c4 was another mistake.
Well,
Should have played rook f4.
and the door was opened too to come back, and then just didn't capitalize on it.
Well, Black has decided that speed is the most important thing, you know.
Yeah, that's too bad. Too bad. All right, what other? This game is still this is top board 6 and under. It's looking like white's going to get this done. And if white finishes this off, we are going to have 3 players with perfect scores in the 6 and under section. If white finishes that, we have 1 perfect score already.
You might get a clear winner.
Well, no, that's it. This is the final round.
Is there another one-day tournament tomorrow?
Yeah, because we have the 12 and under and the 14 and under.
Oh, wow. How cool.
Tomorrow. And then we have the final 3 rounds of the 16 and 18 and under.
Right.
And in the 8 and under, Harvey Hank, Chess for Pumpkin, is 5 out of 5. So we already have 1 perfect score in the 8 and under section. And still none yet in the 10 and under, although they're fighting for it. Especially here, Treehouse Plant, Jocelyn Chen against Will Morehouse.
Well, this, if we're looking, this game.
So the 6 and under, 8 and under are 5-round tournaments, and
Yeah.
the 10 and under, is that also 5 rounds?
Also 5, and then tomorrow's 12 and 14 and under are also 5 rounds, but the 16 and 18 and under championship is 6. Those are 6 rounds. Because they're playing 3 today and 3 tomorrow. Because they're playing a G60 time control. So they had different round times than the rest.
This is looking good for white somehow, even if he has to play rook c1. Because then there's the threat of h3 and knight c7 check. Just a simple rook c1 might be the move.
And congrats to Sparky Chess Tiger, who got the win here. And Jaden Wu.
Wow.
Jaden Wu in the 8 and under section has a perfect score along with Harvey Hank. So we'll see how the rest of the results play out. But congratulations to the perfect scores. And I believe Tiny Attacker, Good Old Bell won. So we have at least 3 perfect scores in the 8 and under.
Wow, this is really turning into an interesting fight. Oh no, looks like black is lost here. I think white's returning. Oh, this game.
3-round game?
No, this one is this is also out of the 8 and under, I believe. Yeah, this is Suhas Indukuri against Krish Ralabandi. Both players 4 out of 4 in the 8 and under section. But Suhas down to a minute on the clock.
Well, white's better.
Sparky Chess Tiger was down to a minute, bad position, and then he ended up with a minute 47 at the end of the game, checkmate.
Right. Yeah. And and maybe the players, as they're developing, they're not at a point where they're looking at time as an advantage or time as a unit of advantage. Because if I see that the position is complicated or even, but my opponent has less time, I'm thinking, well, the pressure's on them. I have to make sure that I'm patient and calculating in my moves. But it seems like some of the young players that are still learning, they think of time as not something of value. They're going to play consistent, fast all the time.
Yeah, but they're just playing consistently fast. They're not playing good. They're not playing optimal moves.
Right.
That's the problem.
Wow, look at this position here. Just because it's interesting. Look at this. Back rank.
Black has gone way wrong in this game. I think.
This is Annie Yao playing black against Milan Rajendran. The players have 3 points, but I just thought it was an interesting endgame there.
Yeah, what's going on here? Black's rook is badly placed.
Yeah, and so it's a draw.
And we have a result
Amazing.
in the 10 and under section. Excellent King. Excellent King playing black. That is Aradhya Panda. 1702 beats Saharsa Ralabandi. And perfect score in the 10 and under section. So we have at least 3 perfect scores in the 10 and under section. With 1 game still out in that section, and that is Treehouse Plant, who's trying to get in there.
Okay. Our friend Treehouse Plant.
The Treehouse Plant.
Well, that king can't castle.
So white traded the knight for the bishop and got this bishop stuck in on d6. So black's still in trouble, I guess. But that knight, I'm not sure that knight should have traded off the bishop. I like that knight on d5.
And as we keep an eye on these games, let's go back to that game in the top section. Sriram Krishnakumar against Advait Bansal. As we take a look at that end game.
Oh, that was now 2 pawns. You have to split those pawns. And he can't go g4, I think. We did, but oh, now isn't h2 going to be all right?
h2, king g2, bishop b7, knight h4, king e3.
Knight on 8, yes. Can you get rid of the last pawns is the question. h2, king g2, king e.
King e3.
King e3, knight h4. And what can we do in that position?
Bishop to b7, then g5.
Okay, knight h.
Maybe bishop to b7.
I think you can make a draw with proper play, such as king e3, king takes knight h4, king to f4, king takes h2, bishop to c8, threatening to take on g4, forces king to e3, and then you just wait with bishop e, maybe bishop e6, and white king can't move because of the sacrifice on g4. If the knight moves, king takes f3. So
Did
that's
you play
a draw
knight
2
g2
pawns
check?
down.
What about knight g2 check?
King takes f3. And there's
I
only
thought
one
the king
pawn
was
left.
on g3.
No, or we were getting the black king to f4.
Ah, I see. Right.
So I don't think he should have attacked the,
yeah, he should have played king e3 first. Interesting.
yes. Now
White has
king takes h2,
then
king
king f4.
f4, and the king gets back. Now it should be winning. Oh, wait a minute.
No, right?
If king to g2, bishop takes f3, so he has to go
He take
king
the
to
pawn. Yeah.
King h3, and then you wait.
king h3 is forced.
And then you just wait.
But
right?
but there's a knight to.
But
Okay.
then, yeah.
He'll get a knight g6 check, but it's not enough. Knight g2 check. Should be a draw.
Well,
And as we're doing that, let's king h3.
But let's see where he moves the bishop now.
so what happens if bishop a8? As far away from that knight as possible.
That should do it. Yeah, exactly. It was something like bishop
It's a
c6, you go knight
paradoxical
g6
move.
check.
It's a paradoxical move, isn't it? Decreasing the value of your pieces, of your piece. So wait a minute, what?
Will he use his time and think here?
So if knight g6, bishop a8, knight g6, king g5, knight e5, king f4, and you're just
You should be able to get the last pawn with the bishop.
fighting off the knight. Wow, and he finds it. I guess it's not
Good
that
move.
difficult to find for a player of this.
Yeah, and these are like expert level.
Yeah. There were other moves though. What was wrong with bishop c8 there?
That probably did it too.
Yeah, knight g. Yeah, okay. This one keeps an eye on.
And just moving over to this game, because this one is out of the 8 and under section. Both players with 4 points. If they were to draw this, this would be music to the ears of 1, 2, 3, 4 other players.
I wouldn't want to be black here, but maybe you can hold it.
Yes.
Rook g5
Yes,
and
if you're
c4.
very careful.
Or maybe white's finding a kind of a simple plan here. Oh, that's a nice move, rook f1.
Oh, no.
Excellent move.
Check. King has to go to d4.
This is kind of turning into the same thing that I was thinking might happen anyway. White's going to be able to play c4 and start checking the king back. It's hard to know where the black rook should go.
And it could be that, white's just trying to build up a little bit of time.
Oh,
here.
why didn't black play king b5? I guess it doesn't matter. Something was like this was going to happen. Doesn't king b5 look the right way to go?
And
Yes, king b5.
going back to this game with Sriram, he was able to grab the pawn, a pawn. This should be a draw, right?
Oh, well, now that the knight is trapped too, so.
Only
No chance.
Fischer can win this against Geller or something.
About king f2 and take that knight.
Yeah. It's a draw. I think any black king move would draw the game.
Is looking for knight tricks, right?
Yeah, so he lets the knight out, but even the knight still can't get away.
And the game is drawn. Nice play by Adve
Yeah,
to earn it.
yeah. Some good games here, Abel.
Yeah, and back to this one here. White's starting to march along over
Oh,
here.
those pawns have run
Black,
so quickly.
yeah, black needed to try to get his king up to b5. He had a chance, I think. This kind of passive thing. Maybe if the pawn was at g2 and the rook was at f2.
But still a little chance. Oh,
White's not, well, white
but
doesn't
not
have
now.
much time. White doesn't have much time. Oh, c6 has got to be decisive here. That's, yeah. Why is white do? Well, maybe this is good too. Simple. c6 threatens.
Okay, rook to b, 3 to. Well, that wouldn't have held. This certainly doesn't hold.
Like it's a win, but we want to see. This can be converted.
Yeah, it's still a little bit tricky. Rook to a8, king to d5, rook a5 check. Oh, now it's over.
Yeah, black should have played rook h8, I think, and then tried to check from the side.
Oh,
Now it's mate.
like there's no funny checks to try to sacrifice the rook for stalemate.
No, not now.
It looks like that's it. Congratulations to Suhas Indukuri, who also finishes 5 out of 5 in the 8 and under section.
Well,
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. It looks like 5 players in the 8 and under with perfect scores. 5 players. And tie breaks are going to
Wow.
decide that. In the 6 and under, there are 3 players with perfect scores. And then
how many players were in that section with 5 tied?
that is the 8 and under. 5 players tied, and it looks like it was about, wow. Oh my goodness.
I mean, that's a massive tie for first.
It was like 180 players
Right.
and 5 rounds. Actually, the fact, even with the accelerated pairings, it's actually did well in 5 rounds with that many to only have 5.
I see.
It's tough. There's just so many players.
204 players in that section.
204, yeah.
Wow.
That's insane.
What a turnout.
206, she's saying.
Yeah,
What an incredible
turnout. I mean, one didn't expect that much. Are you thinking maybe next year it could be 6 rounds?
Well, I mean, it's since it's a U.S. chess national event, that would have to be approved. But you know, you normally don't. You know, I mean, the U.S. Junior Chess Congress, they're used to getting. I mean, there have been some recent ones where they've had as little as 120 players for the event, right? Um, Even at its largest, total players was like 300, a little over 300. Certainly not. And to be honest, we didn't think that we would get, you know, close to 900. So, you know, the strategies were implemented to try to get as not as many players with perfect scores as we could. And I think they did a good job. I mean, think of it, over 200 players, 5 rounds. I mean, you would think that there could be, you know, 20 players with, you know, perfect scores or something. The fact there were only 5 actually, that's not bad. But then that also means that somebody's going to be unhappy, right? Because they're going to say, and rightly so, hey, I did everything I could, and you're saying I'm not in first place. And
Well, that's why tie breaks exist. There's just no getting around them.
And Treehouse Plant right here is up the exchange and a pawn. And if Treehouse Plant wins, then they will also be perfect in the 10 and under section, where in the 10 and under section we have 3 players already with perfect scores. And she could be the 4th, Jocelyn Chen.
King C1 is a blunder, though. Loses a pawn to Queen G5 and Queen takes G2.
And that is what is happening.
You know.
And Warrior's helping us out there, looking at the Google Sheet. Yeah. The 10 and under section,
195.
Yeah, 196, I see. But yeah, that's crazy. Like in a good way.
White has to rethink their strategy here. Losing a pawn is maybe not a big deal if White goes over to a mating attack.
And can you believe it? The 6 and under, 117, 6 and under.
That's incredible. There were no kids that age playing chess when I got into chess at all.
They're like, what are you doing here? You're not old enough.
I think White's doing the right thing now. Don't mess around with the king and just play for a mate here.
Hey, check this game out here. This is out of the, this is pretty incredible. This is out of the 16 and 18 and under. Leora Ginsberg is playing black, and she is looking to pull off yet another big upset. This would be against a 2023 rated player. She's 1523. She's just playing out of her mind chess.
Black might have chances to win this, maybe. It'd have to be a combination of bringing the king up, but not too much, too far, where the d-pawn becomes a problem. I mean, black can try to sacrifice the rook for the d-pawn.
Right. That's what I was thinking would have been the obvious. And we will wait.
But then White, you got to make sure White. Oh, and White can't play his king up to g4 because of rook g3 mate. Maybe.
All the games are done in the 6 and under section.
Boy, Nick, that's an odd mate, isn't it? With the king at g4 and the rook at g3. Something funny looking about it because there's no
He should have
black
tried
king
it.
helping. There's no black king helping in a way.
So the 8 and under and 6 and under sections, all the games are complete, and we're just waiting for double checking and the final standings. And as soon as we have final standings for those sections, we'll put them up so people can know what is
This
going
must
on.
be a win for black. There's also a timely pawn to g4, maybe. All kinds of things to try.
And Kochi, who is a 2200 rated or 2000 rated player, offered a draw to black.
Well, if I was white, I'd be very nervous here that my opponent wouldn't take the draw.
Yeah, she's not going to take that.
I think this is a lost position.
Well, that's quite an upset. Yeah.
And not the first. I mean, this is the thing. Just Leora has been just playing incredibly well.
One of those improving players.
Well, she was tough last year. Like, I mean, I told the story. She came to mechanics to play a weekend event. I was directing it, and then she got a bye in the final round. But they had come from Southern California just to play in the tournament and to visit mechanics. I said, I'll play. So I played her an extra game, and she was tough. Right? I mean, not that I'm a great player or anything, but I was 1800, and she made me work for it. So
You may have just screwed this up.
yeah, I'm kind of looking at this.
Down.
Are there positions with rook and
can
pawn, rook pawn versus bishop that are drawn like this?
If it was the other color, it would be a queen square. It would be a draw. But now this is very tough with just one pawn left.
So what, rook d4? How does white, is this a draw? Bishop g6?
Ooh, now if you go bishop to h5, bishop to g4, and take that pawn.
Ah,
Oh, too bad. She screwed this up.
And Treehouse Plant did get the win, so
wow.
congratulations to Jocelyn Chen in the Jocelyn in the 10 and under. She will have a perfect score and was the top seed. So, and yeah, this looks like it's going to be drawn because Bishop H5 was played. It's going to cover up the rook. And,
Well, then we have black trying to win for 50 moves with the rook versus the bishop. We have that to look forward to.
And as we await that, this is Ninja Trick, Rohan Rajaram in the 16 and 18 championship, trying to hold against Penguin Wizard.
I no longer feel I should be trying to predict what's going to happen because I'm almost never right.
And as soon as we have final results, I'll put up the standings and then we can take a look at that.
Now here I would say that G6 wins easily, but I could be wrong.
At least black is going to have a check. Probably should take on g6. Pawn takes, there's a knight check.
And then king e5.
And
Knight back to C3 or something.
Right, and yeah, threatening to come back to E4 check if King F6. Yeah, yeah.
and everybody, we do have results in the in one of the sections, and I'm gonna put that up momentarily here. And in the 6 and under, and let me say that all the results are tentative, subject to fair play review, and it says that on the document. And in the 6 and under section, it looks like Andrew Zhu, who has the handle A Nice Step, rate USCF 1235, is going to take first place on tie breaks with that perfect score. In second on tie breaks, all three will be co-champions, but in second place, Owen Zhu, Somerset Ox, 1143 rated, is second on tie breaks. And actually, wow, am I seeing this like correct? There is one, and maybe the TDs can tell me, because it looks like they tied on the tie breaks all the way through. And I'm wondering if there was another tie break, or they actually flipped a coin to determine the winner in the 6 and under section.
I think they should go to Vegas and do the roulette wheel.
And that's a serious question. So TDs, I'm noticing the top two tied on tie breaks all the way through. And I think coin flip was the final one. So curious about that. And then third, Tariq Yui, who was the top seed in the section, but his tie break was lower than the other two. Co-champions, but the third place medal on tie breaks. And then in lone fourth place with 4.5 is Andrew Chang. So those are the standings, and congratulations to the winners. I'm looking on this Google sheet because we also have a team category, and let me get.
See, Nick, luck plays a part in chess. Yeah.
There's always a place for luck.
The coin flip.
Yeah, the coin flip. Yeah. And in the team standings, I am seeing Rebecca Chess Club. It looks like they won. So congratulations to them. And Kids Infinity in second place. Kids Infinity Chess Club. They second place by only 0.5 point with 11.5. Rebecca Chess Club with 12. And Bright Chess Club with 10.5 points. So those are the team standings, and those are the tentative results for the 6 and under section. Let me take a look at the 8 and under and see if we have.
Can you put it up so we can also follow?
I will do that as soon as, but I can't do that because those results are not yet ready.
Oh, I see.
And let me check on.
I just saw a player whose name is I Have Your Cat.
I have your cat.
I have your cat.
That sounds that sounds a little ominous, but
I better resign so I can go over to your house and come and get it.
And going back to our games for the moment. There we go. So that was the 6 and under, the tentative results. So we'll wait on the 8 and under and the 10 and under. And we still have a few games going in the 16. Let's see if, the one other game going, GG 7654. Let me enter that. See if we can. And we do have that game. Let's take a look at this game that is still going from the top section. This is Gaurav Gupta
I
against.
think
Anish.
black should have been.
And as soon as I see tentative results for the 8 and under or 10 and under, I'll put those up.
Well, this is a tough little game. If I was black, I would try to get rid of that C2 pawn.
So Judith's in the chat. It is a coin flip, but we have someone in the chat asking, is it an actual coin flip that the Chief TD does, or is it a virtual coin flip that like a computer random generator coin flip, which does exist? So
Probably coinflipper.com or something like
I'm
that.
imagining it might be easier to just, to be honest with you, it might even be easier to just right here on the broadcast where you can actually like tilt the camera and show it. But they can do it in the Zoom. They could probably do it in the Zoom in the section that had the Zoom. Chief TD can do a coin flip so everyone sees it.
All right, they're not going to do a coin flip, but make both co-champion and do 2 first-place plaques.
Oh, that's good. That's like the best solution. So so first and second will be co-champions, and then the other player with the perfect score, because of the tie breaks, just takes third, and then the player with 4.5 takes fourth, and then that's how they'll do it. So congratulations to the players. Still waiting on the 8 and under and the 10 and under. And then tomorrow, don't forget, those of you watching, any of the players that played today are eligible to play tomorrow if they wanted to do that. It's a full day of chess, so I don't know how they feel, but can do that. But we will have the 12 and under and 14 and under one-day event tomorrow. We're also doing a booster section on ChessKid for players that are more comfortable playing on ChessKid. It's sort of a side event, but that's also USCF rated. So a lot of chess going on, although that event will be on ChessKid. Everyone hates the coin flip.
There was a very famous chess match decided by a roulette spin.
Spin the wheel.
Hubner Petrosian.
Oh, is that right?
Hubner and Smyslov.
What's that? Oh, it was
That was Hubner and Smyslov.
Oh, it was Hubner and
The
Smith.
candidates match 1983.
Oh, God. What a horrible way to lose a match.
And one thing that Judah is pointing out in the chat is that, and I mentioned this earlier, is that because the awards are going to be personalized with player's name on the medal, they haven't been like ordered yet. So, however we do it now, we can make a co-champion, right, medal. It's not like we have a first and second and third, and that's all we have, and we have to give it out. If we made co-champion, we can actually do that and say, okay, this is the order we want, and put their names on it, because it hasn't been done yet, because it's going to take a week or two anyway with the fair play. So while the fair play review is coming in, we can make whatever adjustments to the awards that we need to. And this may be the last game going on, period, because Rohan Rajaram Ninja Trick lost that game in the top section. And I'm looking, and this is the final game of the day, and we're still
Little game it is too, huh?
and we're waiting on the final results in the 8 and 10 and under.
So White's giving up a pawn to try to dislodge the knight and go on to a mating attack, I guess. Right? if knight f4, queen f4, threatening queen takes
And
b4
the B
check.
pawn is attacked.
Yeah, that's dangerous for black. But maybe black doesn't have a choice. But I don't know.
Yeah, maybe it's trickier to keep the knights on with knight c3.
Ooh, I like that. Yeah.
It's tough for black no matter what, but well, there'll be tricks. Time is low. And what flag does he have?
That is the
EG
flag.
7.
That is the flag of international. Just says international.
We did have a player sporting the North Korean flag, right?
Yeah.
See, I would expect someone like Hans Niemann to do that.
We had the North Korean flag, and like the name was like John Williams or something.
Yeah.
So the round times for tomorrow are the same as the one-day sections for today. So Pacific time, 8 a.m. start, 11 p.m. Eastern. And then we're going to have the final 3 rounds of the 2-day section.
So knight c3, I'm trying to follow your line of thought, Nick. Rook e1, maybe?
That looks pretty good.
I mean,
Oh, what was this? He just gives the
oh,
does he
whoa.
give the knight or
Oh, I see. Knight
does
d5.
knight
pawn
takes
c2.
d5? Yeah, you don't want to take
That's gonna make
knight
sense.
because so
This is too
very
dangerous
tricky.
for black. What, pawn to b2?
Oh,
I think
pawn to
black.
b2 was a better try. This, I don't know, queen e7. No, queen e7 check actually loses. Trade the queens and pawn b2. Did it? Pawn b2 and ouch.
Oh no!
Ouch. What do you
Incredible.
do?
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, white needed to look ahead. This is wet. This was
That what a turnaround there. And you know, black
Oh my God.
black is rated 2092 and white 1320 was on the road to a nice upset and then on one move just turned around just like that.
as John would say,
My God.
the horror, the horror.
The humanity of it all. Now, yeah, there's nothing. Now wait a
You
minute.
can try king to h2. It's a tricky. Oh, that didn't do it.
Well, look at this here though. Do you
You
like
just stop that pawn with
do you
rook
check?
8.
Do you go rook h1 or do you even need to do that?
The rook to d8. Oh, and then knight to g8.
Knight to g8.
Your check is best again, Abel. Very good. Nice and simple.
Yeah.
This is the second time we've seen rook
And picks up
h1
the
check as the
knight.
sort of finishing move.
Yeah. Still waiting on the results for the 8 and 10 and under. And
A
now,
sad result for white.
yeah, that is tough because was on the road to glory and then stopped just short.
and Queen H1.
Oh,
So those are all the games for the day, but we're just waiting on the results of the 8 and under and 10 and under. And as soon as we have those, we'll put them up and we'll talk about them. And yeah, what a day of chess. And you know, particularly impressive is like how young these kids are, and you know, a full day of chess going on, and you know, it's like a marathon.
to think a 5-year-old concentrating for that long.
Yeah.
And thankfully, you know, the way we do it is we have set round times. You know, at least the kids have an opportunity to, you know, get something to drink, eat lunch in between
Take a
rounds,
nap.
take a nap maybe. But yeah,
That's what I should do.
that's what I feel like doing. And yeah, this was a challenge because
Yeah, it's a long event.
yeah,
A long day.
I think this was the longest continuously running broadcast we've done because we're over 4 hours straight. And you know, it's funny is that you're watching the action and following the standings and getting a sense of the drama of how many players, who needs what to get, and you know, the time sort of passes. But then as you wind down and it's winding down, you're like, oh my gosh, I'm tired. Why am I so tired? Well, like, yeah, I've been, you know, on the air for 4 hours straight and following all the action. Like you're in the moment, it's fun. And we have results in the 10 and under section. So let me go to that 10 and under section. Let me see. Transition it up. And here we go. In the 10 and under section, we have 4 players with perfect scores. And on the tie breaks, on the first tie break by a half a point, it's Aradia Panda, 1702. Excellent King is the handle out of Missouri. Takes first place with 5 out of 5 and rated 1702. In second place, also with the perfect score, is Jocelyn Chen, the section's top seed. Treehouse Plant 123 takes second on tiebreaker. Remember, all results tentative. Third place is Alexander Braun, who's rated 1540 out of the Bay Area. And all of these were decided on the first tiebreaker, all 4 places. And then in fourth place, but also with the perfect score, is Avi Barucha, Little Chestnut, rated 1203.
You must have a breakdown of states too somewhere. I just saw somebody from Hawaii playing.
Yeah, I have it actually.
Very cool.
I have it just on to the right of the total, where it'll say their team and then their state. So
Oh, okay.
4 players. So congratulations to those 4 perfect scores. And then fifth and sixth place players with 4.5. Vidyuth Kamesh, also out of Missouri, and Oliver Sowell out of California, 4.5. And you can see the standings right there. So congratulations to those players in the 10 and under section. So we are just waiting on the 8 and under section before we call it. Oh, but wait a minute. Let me. I don't want to miss this. Let me open this up again because I want to. You can't see it, but just for effect.
So Judith's saying the Hawaiian players woke up at 4 o'clock in the morning to play.
Yeah, and actually one of them was Sebi Suarez, who's not from Hawaii but is in Hawaii.
Oh, how cool is that? Hi, Sebi.
Yeah.
Very cool.
So yeah, he woke up early to get his game on. But in the 10 and under section, let's give a shout out to the teams in that section. And Bright Chess Club gets first place with a score of 11 out of 11 and a half. It's 2 to form a team. Top 4 scores count. And then in second place with 10 points is RK Chess Gurukul. Second place in the team category, and then Rebecca Chess Club takes third. They had won the 6 and under. They take third in the 10 and under on tie breaks. They get third. RK Chess Gurukul takes second on tie breaks. In fourth place is Virginia Commonwealth Chess Kids.
Wow, how about that? Where are they out of, I wonder?
With out of 8 points. Not sure the city specific, but just looking down the list of the teams, they're from a lot of different areas. All of this stuff, just go on the Google sheet. It's all listed there. Can be found, and let me see if we have 8 and under. Still waiting on the 8 and under results. So in the meantime, I will, we will get back to something that looks a little more normal here. So we are just waiting on the 8 and under, doing all.
Or guests tomorrow.
So tomorrow, we are going to have, that's a very good question. My mind is drawing a complete blank right now. I know our mechanics CEO, Kimberly Scarfano, is going to stop by and say hey later on, around 4 p.m. Pacific time. I believe National Master Arjun Bharat is going to come in at 1. He's great on the commentary. He's from the UC Berkeley chess team. He was one of the players on the winning team from the U.S. Amateur Team West. Yeah, he's great to have on the commentary. He'll be coming on and trying to see if I can rope in another person. JJ Lang's supposed to come in. I don't know him personally, but he'll be coming in the morning.
And who is he?
He's out of the Chicago area.
Okay.
Judith knows him, and so does Glenn. And
An organizer?
Yeah, I think organizer coach. So he'll come on and hang out with us. So yeah. I was actually trying to get Mark Pinto to come. I think he called.
Mark, how's Mark?
He's doing great. He actually called and left me a message, but like I was so like crazy busy into the night, and then today was just busy. So I'll try to call him or text him and see if he'll come on. It's all about whether the time will work for him, but he'd be great to have on if we can get him on. So we're gonna try to rope him in and get him on the broadcast. So waiting on the 8.
It was great you got Sunil Varamantri.
yeah. He's a lot of fun. He's kind of livens up the mood with the action. And the thing with him too is he does so much for Scholastic Chess and on the Scholastic Council, and Judith's on the Scholastic Council also. But man, I mean, I heard a story that they were up. He was up till like 1, 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning because they had to have some Scholastic regulations to give to U.S. Chess because they needed them in a hurry or some story, something. But yeah, and this is all a volunteer thing, right? So for all you parents, Scholastic players, there are people that are working long hours into the night for nothing, just trying to make sure that there's rules for the kids and
the trains run on time.
Trains run on time and make it look like, oh, this is easy, anyone can do it, right? A lot of work behind the scenes. So, and I feel they're checking results because I can see in the Google sheet there's some double checks happening. So, and we have like a top-notch staff of TDs to check and double check and run through scenarios. So we want to do all of that first, of course, just to make sure everything we post, even though everything is tentative, we want to make sure we have it as right as can be, because we know, the parents and the players are looking forward to all of this. So doing it right. So actually, for the moment, should I try to pull that up? I want to take a look at I'm going to pull up the Google sheet on the other computer I have for tomorrow, just to see how many players we have in the sections. So I'm looking at the 12 and under section. We have 182 for the 12 and under section. And for the 14 and under section, we got 105, which surprises me, actually. It's a lot more than I would have thought, because typically, and Nick knows this from Scholastic Chess, sort of the middle school is where we really start seeing a drop. High school, the early high school, late middle school, early high school. 14 and under, we're already in high school. High school is we really see a drop in kids of them playing organized chess at a scholastic level. So it's nice to see over 100 kids at that level participating tomorrow.
But these turnouts were just fantastic.
Yeah, it's
Really incredible.
Amazing turnout. I remember when we were having a conversation just 2-3 weeks ago, we were saying, we think we can get 400 with, maybe 10% chance of getting to 500, and just blew up. And it's great to see that chess and online chess is thriving like this, where people feel that I can go online on chess.com and at the Mechanics Institute and Chess Weekend, and I can play for a high level competitive event and trust in the system, right? Because there's some people and some where you don't necessarily trust the platform or the system or a combination of the two, or and then there's some people that just don't trust online chess in general, and and for some people had experiences where you can't blame them, right? But hopefully the experience that we've been able to provide through the tournament itself, and even through the broadcast, and try our best to bring the games to life, hopefully that produces a positive experience that makes the kids want to do more online chess. And we're turning the corner. Live chess is coming around soon. We expect this year sometime live chess come back. It might be in some limited adjusted form in terms of the number of people. But I'm curious whether when bids are submitted for larger events, whether online bids will be taken seriously, even as live events come through, because the fact of the matter is that while everyone prefers to play live, when you have an event like this where you can have people from all over come to play, it makes it more inclusive, right? Because an event like this, it's got to be held somewhere, and depending on where that somewhere is, a lot of people are not going to be able to make the flight and the hotel room to get down there and do it. And there's people of limited means there where it's an even greater challenge for them to be able to participate. So I'm hoping that large scale events online are something that are offered as a matter of routine, not just so that you can engage more players, but just as something of opportunity, and to make it more inclusive, especially for those kids and families that don't have the means to do hotel for 2-3 days, flight and all of that.
Yeah, I mean, this renaissance in chess that John is talking about is also due to the ease that it's played on online platforms. And, with people like ourselves and Magnus Carlsen jumping into it with such ease, whether it's in an international way or if it's a more local kind of thing, it's just so easy to do. And, if you can take some of the controversy out of it, such as the possibilities of cheating, if you can pull that out of it, it'll make it very attractive to
Yeah,
people.
and
know.
I think what's happening, and maybe this is just me, and other people feel differently about it. I think one of the important things when you talk about validating online chess as something of value, because what I'm hoping, the last year of online chess has shown that it is an option. It is a tool to have an event where people can trust in it. I think as people, and I take the Mechanics Institute as an example, and I only speak of the Mechanics Institute. I know other organizations do the same, like Chess Weekend and others, but I think our players at the Mechanics Institute, they know we do the fair play review. Dr. Ken Regan has screened the games. They know we've removed players that we've caught with fair play review. It happens so seldom now, at least in our club, just because we sort of have a system where we sort of know a lot of the players and we have a lot of their information, so that sort of reduces it. But they know that if we do find a fair play violation, that they know it takes time. They know that the results are adjusted later, and they're fine with that. I think that was the initial biggest obstacle, because people want the instantaneous. I want you to find them in there, and I'm not happy if the results need to be adjusted after. I think people are accepting of that. That if it does happen, they're fine. If they just want it to be found out. They're fine that if an adjustment needs to happen later. And I think that was a big step in acceptance, because if you can trust in the system and are okay that even if something happened during a game, you know that we can deal with it later and readjust whatever we need to do. I think that's huge, because our fear was that people they're not going to be happy if they know there's a violator in a live tournament. Like, we were worried, are they liable to just walk out of the tournament and say, "Look, I'm not playing the rest of the game"? We haven't seen that at all, at least for us. And but we also yeah.
And incredibly, it was actually when we were having a live tournament that we had, a cheater as well
Yeah,
in the club.
and that was funny. It was right. It was sort of right before we had all this shutdown here at the Mechanics Institute. We had someone that had to have been doing it in a very unique way, and that's actually how we first got into contact with Ken Regan. Actually.
Exactly. It's as though he was almost doing us a favor.
It's we were alerted that there might be something going on. We contacted Ken Regan. He said that most definitely something is going on with this player, and this was a player playing here at Mechanics.
That's what I mean. And in a way, it kind of, it helped set all the protocols and the questions and what are you going to do. And so we kind of started to figure it out even before the pandemic and before the online
and actually we
platforms.
Even our broadcasting, we were broadcasting our live Tuesday night marathon already, so we were already engaging in Twitch. But with regards to Ken Regan, one of the best decisions we made is even as Judith immediately created the online community, and we sent out a message, got all the players to join, and had a Tuesday marathon the very next week. It was online, it was free, but we still had the marathon continue. Is we reached out to Ken Regan and said, if we do rated online tournaments, can you review our games? And he said yes. And I think that without that, I don't, you know, because even chess.com screens the game, but they have such a high volume, they can't just cater to our tournament, right? And that's not what they do. They don't do that for anyone unless you compensate them very well, which we don't have the means to do that. But with Ken's help, it brought a lot of confidence to our participants that, okay, he's going to be able to look at the games. And without that, I don't know how we would have done so fast, you know, offering rated games, because we needed that component of fair play. You know, and he's been reviewing all our online rated events since, including these. And when we have big events, he's agreed to turn those around even quicker, right? And you know, and we have a lot of benefits here at the Mechanics Institute. We got Nick over here. I mean, San Francisco Scholastic, and Nick, by the way, it was confirmed. But I don't know if you knew that or not. But there was a player that
I was pretty sure.
in the moment we had Nick take a look at that game, and he was one of 4 players actually we were suspicious of, and all 4 were confirmed. So by Ken Reagan, and one in particular that we really wanted to know by Nick. So you know, it's team effort, and so it's not just us. It's,
And don't cheat.
Yeah, don't cheat.
Because you're going to get caught.
Get caught. And you know, I've had those uncomfortable conversations with the parents where I got to let them know that this happened, and you know, kid said no, and I said, well, you know, I'm not here to convince you otherwise. I'm here to tell you this is what the data shows, and you know, it is what it is. And just don't cheat. And if you do cheat, you know, if something did happen, just say that it happened, because things move on in a, you know, much more positive way after that fact. And as I tell some, you know, I'm not here to, you know, I don't want you to say you did something you didn't do, because if you didn't do it, I don't want you to say that you did it, right? But if something happened, just let us know, and let, you know, other people know, because it's kind of like part of the healing and moving on.
It used to be stealing bubble gum from the store. Now it's cheating at online chess.
Cheating at online chess. You know, and it's sort of ridiculous to cheat on online chess. I mean, you know, you're going to have a story, right? Or you're going to have a result. And then over the board play is going to come back. And then what are you going to do, right? You might have, you know, a few months of glory because you've achieved this certain high level, right? And then you play online, and then all of a sudden you're back to losing to 800 rated players, 900 rated players. And then everybody's like, wait, what happened? You were beating 1600s and 1700s in the tournament. And, well, you know, I don't know, right? I mean, you're going to have to pay the piper eventually, right? So.
Well, there's many reasons why a kid might cheat, just being ignorant of the consequences, or, you know, maybe there's a certain, like, the forbidden thing about it, or maybe there's a lot of pressure at home to win all your games and be a success, you know. But for an adult to cheat, there's usually something pretty nefarious going on.
Yeah, and we have had rare those occasions. Yeah, there's not much to say about it. I can tell you this. You know, some of the people are surprising a little bit that we found, and you know, it's got to be. It's almost like a disease, right? Because it's people that are good-natured, kind-hearted people that just they cannot help themselves, right? I had one occasion where it happened back to back, and you know, we haven't seen him play, and well, we won't let him play, and he got banned from the platform. But it's like, you know, I know he's a good person, but just it's almost like
Just losing at chess is too much for him to take.
like,
You know.
You know,
I could almost understand that, you know, like,
Can
I
I-
can't bear to lose another game. Of course, you're not using, you're not using your own head. You're
it's like we
using,
have that feeling, like, you know, oh man, it's like, you know, how am I going to face the people if, unless I win, right, or something?
or else there's so much money at stake.
And there's no money. That's the thing. It wasn't even about the money, right? It was about saying you beat or you drew someone, right? Where
You
you
know,
feel you get street cred.
It's like a musician friend of mine always likes to say, you know, I'm in the music biz because of the money, you know. I don't think any chess player is in the world of chess because of the money. Unless you're, yeah, I mean, it just doesn't make any sense even, you know. Chess players are artists in a way that precludes that strictly professionalism. Okay, I'm just playing chess for the money.
But
I
maybe it's
doubt
the
if there's a
player. But
single player like that.
maybe it's the players that are actually not the artists and they want to be the artists. Want to be like the artists, right?
Yeah.
That causes that
I mean,
to happen. Because a player who's like an artist, like you you care whether you win or lose, but you care more like why did I lose? Like what happened, right?
I mean, no matter how many times Bobby Fischer drum beat the, you know, I want the money, I want the money, it was only because it was to be recognized for his accomplishments as an artist, as a chess player. And not, if he really just wanted money, he would have gone into, you know,
Yeah, I mean it was about the respect.
banking or something.
It was about the respect. You know, it's funny. A lot of people that are chess players that went into banking and did quite well. You know, they're like, oh man, I kind of love the chess. Like the chess part is the love that stays always, right?
Right.
And not necessarily the banking later on. And even for me, like I never went. I'm never went into any kind of banking or anything near anything like that.
I'm just saying banking because that's where all the money is, in the banks.
Well, no, but a lot of chess players go that way actually. Like when they
Right.
do work, they're either in banking or something with
The stock
the
market.
stock market and stuff. But like even for me, you know, like I sort of turned away from chess when I left high school, and then didn't play, didn't do anything with regards to chess for like 20 plus years. But it was always there in the mind, right? And then all of a sudden, when you hit that point where you want to do something radically different and change your life, chess was like the first thing that like came up, and so that there's something about chess for chess players that you know sort of stays with you all the time. And it's kind of funny because we're here yakking about you know chess and life. We were down to like you know basically no viewers, and all of a sudden we're spiking up. You know, I don't know if we're starting to talk on controversial topics of cheating, and then words getting around. Hey, you know, Abel might say something crazy now with regards to cheating, or Paul's going off the rails or something. But
Well, I think we're just waiting for the results to come in so we can all go out have dinner.
yeah, and I'm trying to see if they are coming. If they're not, we will probably because there might be a result that they're doing a double check on. If not, everyone knows to go to the Google Sheet to check results. What I'll probably do is we'll sign off because everyone has access to the Google Sheet to see the final results. And we'll do the results on air tomorrow in the morning just to give the kids the notoriety they deserve. But we'll let them do their thing because we've been broadcasting a while. We got to do this all over again tomorrow. So I think what we'll do right now is we will sign off. Thank you, everyone, for following us. And if you enjoy watching chess and following what the kids do, check us out tomorrow. We'll have the age 12 and under and 14 and under and the final 3 rounds of the championship, 16 and 18 and under, starting at 8 a.m. Tomorrow, probably 8:15. We'll kick off the broadcast, and we'll go from there. So thank you, everyone, for watching, and see you guys. Get some rest, and thank you, Judith and Glenn and Merritt and all the TD staff for an amazing job today. They're going to do it all again tomorrow. So Herculean effort, but a team effort between the Mechanics Institute and chess weekend. All right, guys. Thank you everyone for watching, and see you tomorrow.